that, and we'll hit the start webinar.
Recording in progress.
And I'll say good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Fitchburg Planning Board, Tuesday, June 27th, 2023. I'll read a brief statement regarding the hearing process. All meetings of the Fitchburg Planning Board are open to the public. This does not mean that the public participates in all aspects of the meeting. It simply means that the meeting itself, including all discussions and votes, is open for public view. If you wish to address the board regarding a public hearing, please raise your hand and the board will acknowledge you at the appropriate time during the hearing. The board will also monitor any participants that are attending virtually for questions at the appropriate time. Virtual attendees are asked to use the raise hand function to be acknowledged. 1, state your name and address. 2, approach the center table and either stand or sit. This allows you to be seen and heard clearly by everyone in attendance. 3, the planning board requests that comments be limited to no more than 5 minutes in the interest of time. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast, and I ask that anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by stating their name and address. And none in attendance. Our first items on the agenda are typical approval not required plans for which we do not have any this evening. Our second item is minor site plans, which we have a minor site plan review for Steve Sene, 69 Cully Street, change of use. Yep, you can either come to the table, Steve, or the podium, whichever you're most comfortable with.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Good. It's a beautiful room, huh?
It is. Step up from where we've been.
All right, would you like
You
to
have the
present
floor.
what you...
Just, you can see the plan that we have on the screen there. For the property at 69 Cully Street, there is an existing garage on the site right now, so we're looking to just improve the kind of the overall appearance of the street by putting up another building, adding some parking for not only the existing building that we own at number 59, but also for the new building that we have there.
Okay.
Actually, just one quick thing.
Yeah.
I did notice on that it talks about a change of use. We're not looking for a change of use on this lot. I'm not sure exactly where that kind of came from, other than when we gave our letter of intent to the building commissioner, we just kind of said that it was an automotive use, historically. That was the only thing we said. But we're looking to do just a building within whatever rights we have, under the current zoning code.
So what's the intention of the building? Storage?
Probably like a building trade shop or storage. That would kind of be our go-to, I think. Ideally like a tradesman that's got, a couple of vans that they want to keep inside, some materials, and they just need a place of business.
Okay.
That's really the intent of it. My intent, just for the record, it's not to have another automotive garage on that street. So just for,
Okay.
I'll be very candid in saying that.
I've got a number of technical issues to go through with the site plan.
Okay.
I don't know if it helps you, Paul, but I'll pull up, if you wait 1 second, I'll pull up the... Why does it keep saying that? Oh, I am not. Hold on. Oh, I know why. Because I had the share pause. Okay, that, I do not have that on my screen. Hold on.
That's weird.
I don't know where that tab's coming from because it's not showing up on my screen, but there we go. So this is the street scene, looking towards the building. So you're looking towards Sliders here for anyone who's trying to get their bearings. Go ahead, Paul.
People can you bring the site plan back up?
Yeah.
Thanks. All right. So first we have the driveway width exceeds the 36 feet, which is the maximum amount allowed. There's also a requirement for no backing out into the street. So you have to come up with parking that doesn't back out into the street. There should be a fence along the retaining wall You mentioned like on Briar. Anything greater than 36 inches by code should have some type of fencing behind it. So you do have to the, also, since this is an entire lot, so this is still all one lot with multi-uses on it, correct? It's not partitioned off.
Sorry, say that one more time.
This is all one lot, like, it extends in a couple of buildings. There's 2 buildings on this parcel.
No, they're 2 separate parcels of land.
Where's the lot line on the,
So the lot line, if you pull the site plan back up, if you look, the parking spaces, that line to your right.
This, oh, right here?
That is the lot line,
It says D line.
oh, so it goes right through the parking spaces?
correct. So the intent would be, because there's no minimum lot requirement, the intent would be that when that's done, that we adjust that lot line to fit.
Okay.
So you just do an A&R and shift the lot line further down?
Correct,
Yeah.
right.
A question would also be is, what are you going to do with the stockade, right, the stockade fence that's in there?
Stockade fence would just go away. It'd be,
Okay.
it's a,
And currently, those parking spaces beyond the stockade fence, they're not being used as parking spaces. There seems to be, well, currently, there seems to be just a lot of material there, not really used. It's like mulch and whatnot, or, I'll just say, those parking spaces are not that layout that you have proposed right there.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like,
Doesn't
that
even
fence
look
must
close.
run through those parking spaces, because
Correct,
there's no
yes.
way that's,
yes.
So you need
Yes,
to,
so the fence, the stock, okay, I've got you now.
yeah, but you have to design, though, that's not what is on the ground right now, so you need to
Correct. That's
change
why
that
we're
up.
here.
This is the one on the right-hand side, but it's still part of the, well, part of the plan at the moment.
Correct.
Okay. No, I'm not even talking the ones on the left you're proposing. I'm talking about the ones that you have already been approved. That's not the layout.
No,
that was
those
approved.
aren't, that's our proposed, is to extend the parking for those, on that side,
On the right?
on the right, to extend the parking by,
So Steve, when we did, and I don't have it here, and Chantel, I don't know if you have it in the file, when we did a site plan for this building, because I remember doing one, I remember doing one for this building at one point years ago. There had to have been,
20,
there had to have
25
been.
years ago.
Was this just the only parking on the right-hand side? Chantel, do you know if that's, oh, well, it's probably in the office, but,
so on the left-hand side of the building, we're paved up to within 3 feet of the property line right now, 3 or 4 feet.
okay. I know, my question was, and it's more of just a curiosity question, that does this site now conform to the site plan that we approved for you whenever it was 15 years ago? As far as you know, it does?
Yes.
Okay. Take your word just because I don't know, but that's
Yeah, I
fine.
mean, we can't pave any more than we own, so we've got as much pavement as we would have had when we owned that first lot.
Sure. I was just curious. It just doesn't look like a plan we would approve. It doesn't, there's only like 3 parking spaces. That's why I asked that. So if it,
See the wall, retaining wall there? So it would depend with the height. That should probably have some type of fencing above that, particularly buffering the residents there, too. And probably similarly, when you're going back, right on the backside of that, you should have a fence from that building continue on.
all right, so you're going to get rid of this fence. You're going to widen that parking, so you're going to have pull-in parking here.
Correct.
Okay. And then obviously so I think,
And that might be, I'm just saying, but the size of the building you're proposing might be too big for that spot.
well,
Definitely the parking to the left exceeds the lot width, and as well as the one that's horizontal would not be appropriate. And you also have to meet the 3-foot setback from the property lines in buildings with the parking.
the backing out onto the street's the problem. You can't back out onto the street.
that
So
was my-
so what I think you have to do is you have to have the parking face-to-face, those new spots on the right there, so on the right side, and then you'll have to shift the building down and shrink it. And I think that's what you're going to have to do. Because, I mean, there's no way you can make spaces there that are adequate size that don't back out onto either Briar or Cully. It's just, I mean, the lot's so small. Like, when you go out there, it's so tiny. But I think you can do it if you go, if you had a landscaping strip between those proposed spaces on the right-hand side and where you have the new building going on this site plan, if you had spaces facing those, and then you had a landscaping strip and curb stops on each side facing them, I think you could then shift the building down and put the building further down. The only problem with that is, I mean, I don't know how far down you can go and how small the building becomes, because then you're talking 18.5 feet, 19 feet for the parking spaces, plus space between those spaces and the new building. So I don't know how practical it is, but
And the landscaping along Briar Street should be closer to your property line, and DPW had raised a concern too about sight distance at the end, where it would go maybe too far to the end of
With the
Briar.
landscaping?
Well, yeah, if you're going to put,
I think, if memory
Like, you
serves
could,
right, I thought we might have come in with this plan, you know, for like a preliminary kind of look at it, you know, years ago. That's how we ended up.
it's
with where we're
dated,
at now.
like 2019, so it's older. So just we want to bring those technical pieces to you so you can
Adjusting.
go adjust and reconfigure.
Okay, so no backing out on the street, fence and retaining wall. What else what are the other
3-foot
concerns that the board has?
setbacks from parking in the property lines and building.
it's when you do design the building, just a prefab building like the other one on the other side?
Yeah, the exterior will be the same. We may have a wood frame building, but we'll have a
I
metal
mean, it's only
side.
site plan, so it's not really all that important for us, but I'm more just curious.
It would stay in character with what's the majority of the buildings in that area.
Snow storage, and Nick Erickson, Nick's got his hand up.
Oh, yeah, hold on, Nick, sorry. I'm gonna shift gears here.
I think there's is it the water line that goes through?
What's that? I'll let Nick speak till he can
Okay.
talk about that stuff. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I want the planning board to be aware that we've received quite a few complaints from some of the people in the area of
just-
Street
We're
about
losing
some
you,
of
Nick.
the vehicles that are parked on some of the properties owned by Mr. Senni. Sorry, can you hear me?
A little bit.
you
It's
hear me?
very quiet.
All right, hold on. Let me try this.
There you go. That's much better.
That's better?
Yep.
All right. One of the complaints that we've been receiving is that some of the properties on Cully Street have an abundance of vehicles parked on the properties themselves, to the point that they're starting to hang over into the roadway. And just a week or so ago, we had a complaint about one of the tenants, I believe, for Mr. Senni's property, doing an engine swap for a pickup truck on the sidewalk with oil dripping out of the engine and entering the catch basin. So I just want to make sure that this problem doesn't happen with this proposed development too. I mean, I'd hate to see this lot get jam-packed full of cars, turns into a junkyard, stuff spilling over onto the roadway, and it's not good for the neighborhood, it's not good for the drainage system, it's not good for the environment. So I just want the planning board to be aware of kind of some of the things that we're dealing with out on Cully Street.
Thanks, Nick.
Appreciate it, thank you.
I think that, obviously, I mean, it's a given the setbacks in the district, there's very little we can do. If you show a plan that doesn't back out on the street and that meets the requirements we have. That being said, it'll be interesting to see what you come back with, because I sketched it out. I don't know that you're going to be able to, just given how those spaces have to go in and how many spaces are going to be required. I don't think you're going to be able to fit a building in with adequate spaces there. So, it might be a moot point. But if you can, then, the conversation isn't, do we want it there? It's, once you meet the code, then you meet the code, and we'll go from there. So,
Any questions from us?
No, just,
Any board member have any questions?
is there any other like the technical parts of it that?
I don't think so. I mean, we can talk about, obviously show on the plan just relocating those bushes, that landscaping closer to in the lot than on the street or next to the street. But aside from that,
They should probably, they should be on your property line.
Yeah.
Is the landscaping there. So you do have that behind the building, so they should be on your property.
yeah, I mean,
Good if there was a reason why last time we were in here that we went over that and we had asked for permission. to
Could
do
have been
that.
really late at night.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, and it could, and we're, I mean, we have different DPW commissioners too, so you might want to run that by Nick. My thought would be it's got to be on your property, unless there's a benefit to the city to have it there, which, we don't need to hash that out in the public meeting. I would run it by him, or by the engineering staff when you get a chance, and just say, I guess you could say you thought there was a reason why it was done that way in the past, but I think I agree with Paul. I think it should be on your site. There's no reason to move it off there unless there's extenuating circumstances. Good?
Good?
Yep, so no other technical issues other than those?
No, just, like I said, I think you got to go back to back with your parking. I would, when we're doing this, you want to make sure you have enough parking, so I
Yes.
think you want to, what were you saying?
I was just saying, look at your landscaping setbacks.
Yeah. I don't know what the specific parking requirement is. Is 4 adequate? If you go back to back, there's 4 on the right-hand side, 4 on the left-hand side. I mean, if we're talking about a use that's, we don't know what the use is, building trade shop / storage.
You gotta look at the square footage and the code
Yeah.
for how many required.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You'll have to look at the requirements to see what that is. But you'll need adequate parking of some sort, especially like Nick was saying, everyone knows that area there's problems with parking. And most of it comes from most of the automotive uses that are in that area. So something to keep in mind.
And I know it's like you have the building going right to the property line on the frontage on either side, so there you should have some kind of setback from that.
Is there, just from a technical perspective, is there any problem with the location of the doors in the building?
The doors? I don't even know where the doors are.
Oh, the garage doors going onto the street? So I think he has 2 garage doors on the front there. I'm only assuming that it's 2 garage doors going.
There has to be a question about backing onto the street.
Yeah, so you have the same problem there. You can't back out onto the street. So it's the same issue.
Can you back, just with it being a garage, can you back into a garage? Is there any different than a parking spot?
No, you can't say that you're just going to be backing into the garage.
So
I just didn't know if there was a difference between,
so it's spelled out in our code.
Yes.
Whoever redraws this plan, whether it be Haley Ward or whomever else, whoever draws this plan, they can look it up. I'm pretty sure it says commercial use can't back out onto the street.
Straight.
okay.
Period.
Right.
Not like from a parking space, from a garage. I don't want to research it now. So whoever you have drawing it, have them look it up. But I know it's spelled out in there.
That's why you have the other building on the end, both of those each come in from the side, they're not going on the end. So you have the parking that's not backing out into the street, and the garage bays are not facing the street.
Gotcha.
And as a quick side note, since you're in front of us, we're still waiting for the peer review for Canton Street.
Peer review's been done for a couple of years.
Whitman and Bingham has not responded to it. I talked to Jamie Rowe about it. He said he's told you several times they're still waiting on payment. It's been almost 5 years. So, yeah, that's what I heard.
No,
Okay, well, so there's still work that has to be done, but their engineer, so the plans have to reflect what the peer review was. We never got that done. It was a condition of the approval.
Right.
And it never got done.
Yeah, that's been done and paid for with the city because we pay through the city with that.
No, I know. Your engineer hasn't changed their plans yet. The plans that exist aren't the final plans.
Gotcha.
They
I'll
have
follow up with Jamie on it then.
Yeah, because Wes and Jamie, we've talked to both of them, and
So-
they both had at least told us through Mike that it was still incomplete.
So
Okay,
back to the minor site plan
Yeah.
for a moment
okay, gotcha.
with that.
Thank you,
So
appreciate it, guys.
are you seeking to come back pretty quickly with this? Or you can do a couple of things. You can withdraw and just going to resubmit a new site plan. Or because we've already put it for 2 meetings already, you have to request an extension, grant an extension.
Can I
our next
request
meeting.
a 90-day extension?
You do that, you have the sheet for that. And we do have a sheet for you to sign tonight if you want an extension.
Oh, gosh.
Perfect.
And then I'll,
But again, a site
Review
plan,
and
a site plan is just a site plan, you can come back anytime. So you can just say, I'm withdrawing this one, I'm going to submit a new one.
Yeah.
I'll just do an extension on it there, because that's probably the simplest way to do it.
Yeah, whatever's easier for you, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Appreciate it,
So
guys. Thank you.
CCN
Chantel has the document for you to sign.
Thank you.
have. Do you know if anyone's here for Ether
Yes.
aspect? All right. Before we get into our hearings this evening, we had an item underneath other business for an Ether Street extension. What first? Request for action to waive the fee for detention basin and stormwater provision. Within the decision, there was also a request for waiving of an I&I fee.
Good evening.
Just by way of background, Ethier Street was a project that your board has approved some time ago. Approximately in 2011, the construction of Ethier Street occurred sometime between 2011 and 2014. I explained some background to this in my letter, but some of the high points were in your decision. There were two conditions that were recently raised as an issue. One was condition number 11, which required a $500 per lot fee to be paid into the detention pond maintenance fund. And that was consistent with your regulatory scheme, the subdivision rules and regulations. The second condition was that work was to be, work or I&I work, inflow and infiltration work, was to be done consistent with the direction of the DPW department. So subsequent to that, the project came back before the board, and certain properties were released in exchange for the posting of a bond, which your board agreed to. And you had also asked the applicant to do some additional work. Some of that work, which all I think has been done from my inspection, was to construct a sidewalk on the then public portion of Ethier Street, which was done. The construction of a stone wall on the corner of Townsend Road and Ethier Street. And there was some additional landscaping that was supplied. The bond was posted, the development was built, building permits were issued, and occupancies were received. They connected to the sewer. I did confer with DPW. They paid sewer connection fees, and that work was overseen by DPW. And sometime in 2020, the constituents on Ethier Street wanted to make sure that their street was accepted. So we began looking at that as a process, and here it is 2023. It's just amazing how long it's kind of taking us to get through that. We have checked off a lot of the boxes, and it was raised in a recent meeting and at a previous meeting, Public Works Committee meeting, that there was an issue of the outstanding payment of the $500 fee. And there was a fee that was somewhat assessed, or estimated, I should have said, during a Public Works Committee of $9,600 for I&I work. So I've taken a look at the issue. I know that the chair has had an opportunity to take a preview of the issue here a little bit, and it seems to me, from my perspective, that the fee regarding the $500 payment to the what's the maintenance, the detention pond maintenance fund, is a live issue. This board is the only authority that I can see from preset regulatory authority to waive a fee. And the I&I fee or estimate that was put forward doesn't seem to be an issue because the condition was limited to work. And I did confer with Nick, and I hope if he's still on, he could weigh in directly. There didn't seem to be a significant objection from DPW, and it appeared to be somewhat unfair to the applicant to come in so late at the point and say, okay, now we want you to pay an additional $10,000, when we had every opportunity to work with him. And historically, he had been working with us, and he did some additional work as we requested. So I think you could exercise your discretion either way here, however it is that you decide. I don't think it would be abuse of your discretion to waive a fee. I don't think it would be an abuse of your discretion to hold a fee. I think it's fair to say building permits were issued, occupancy permits have been issued. This is something that happened, again, the development occurred sometime between 2011 and 2014. Please forgive me a little bit on that time frame, but that's been a neighborhood since that time. And I'm available for any questions. Attorney Dombrowski's here, and he can certainly introduce himself. He represents the applicant.
Okay. I did have some time to, thank you for the information to review, and we can ask Nick the aspect of the I&I. But regarding the $500 fee, the condition that was in the decision was already accommodating a delayed payment. So typically the $500 per the subdivision control regulations is paid right upon endorsement of the plan. So all of it's due at once. So the board was accommodating and allowing it to be more like upon lot by lot to make the payments. And that hasn't been done. And that was just setting a timeline for when the payment should be made. So I still think it's the obligation of the applicant to make the payment. All the development was done. It's a developer fee, not for a lot owner to pay. So I'm of the mind of that $4,500 is due to that. And again, maintenance does have to be done on that as well. So I think the fee should be paid. And if the other board members have any.
I think, like Solicitor Busateri was saying and what you were saying, I'll defer to Nick about the I&I fee. And I read his email. I didn't have it to pull up, and it might have been just our correspondence, I don't know, but I know I saw the email where he said, as far as they were concerned, satisfied. So I have no qualms about that. That is what it is. But I agree with Paula. The $500 fee, the way it was written in the permit was a trigger. It's due at the issuance of building permit, but it was only as a mechanism for having a trigger where Paul was saying in lieu of that, it's due right away. So we were just trying to kind of make things easier on the developer, but it's part of our subdivision regulations. It's not even a special condition that we have for a special permit. It's true everywhere where a detention basin is installed because the city's going to incur costs once we take on those detention basins. So I agree with Paul entirely that the $500 fee should stay. I'm fine with the I&I fee. And when we approved it, when we recommended the approval 3 years ago, I think it was based on the assumption that there were no outstanding issues because we weren't told of any. So, Tanya, that's my 2 cents.
So that would be our.
I have one question. So whose responsibility, I mean, obviously it's the responsibility of the developer to pay it, but there was nobody in the city saying, you didn't pay this when occupancy and building permits were pulled?
So
I guess that's where I'm confused.
Yeah, so what I think the problem is, it's relatively new. We created this in, 2005-ish, I think? So I don't think there's a mechanism until we ran into this problem now. People are going to look out for it, but it seems like Solicitor
So
Busateri knows.
mechanism is the right term, and so we have a permitting system that we're looking at kind of retrofitting an additional checkbox, if you will, to ensure that there's been compliance with fees such as this, including the stormwater fee. And the other thing that we've been talking about, the planning department, Chantel's been working on it, is to figure out how do we construct these, or maybe create some new regulations so that we don't wind up owning these detention bonds, like the homeowners association owns them, or some other entity, or maybe we need to be a little more robust in our fee so that inevitably when the homeowners association breaks down, and I hate to be such a pessimist on that, they call the city and say, who's taking care of this detention pond? So we've been kind of having some of those thoughts. I think it's eventually something that we think is going to eventually come back to you. So that would be something maybe you guys can preview for us, or I can preview for you, and then you guys can decide how you want to handle that.
Okay.
Definitely, it's definitely something that's
But that's true.
going to be a recurring problem.
All permit conditions. But it is the obligation of the applicant to complete those permit conditions and not for the city to chase them down for it. Or say, by the way, you haven't done this. Do this before you do that. It is a trigger for doing that. What it says, though, is that they're in non-compliance with it. So for every day, in most types of special permit, when non-compliance, it's $300 a day.
And that doesn't matter about occupancy, though? No.
No, whatever the trigger is, it's whatever the date that it is required to be done by. After that, you're in non-compliance with the permit if it's not being complied with.
Paul, if I can, I do want to say one thing. Mr. Carlson's been very helpful over the years. We've had a lot of good interactions with him. So this is nothing specific to him. I can understand how things like this get overlooked. I think it was just, this is a fee that should have been paid when building permits were issued, regardless of, or earlier, regardless of if the city asked for it or not. It was in the special permit. It's in our subdivision control rules and regulations. It's all easily findable. All you have to do is look at the special permit. It's even in there. So it should have been picked up by the developer. It should have been picked up by the city. But in lieu, it definitely should have been picked up by the developer.
Now it's being picked up before adoption of the road,
Yeah.
so it's come due.
Yeah.
In all candor, he went back and, you can't really tell whether he paid it or not. He just, he finds checks for $2,000, $2,500, whatever it might be, but it's not broken down as to being apportioned in any particular way, and I don't think the city's records are either. He did do a significant amount of additional work, at his cost. So we're here, as I think Mr. Carlson always is, just, in good faith, and whatever decision you guys make, we'll abide by. But we do think we have a tenable argument anyway.
Well, it looks like you got part of it, so.
I mean, I was certainly under the impression everyone was in agreement that it wasn't paid. I didn't know that there was ambiguity, that people are uncertain of it being paid.
If it's uncertain, then you need to document that you paid it.
If you document that you paid it, then that's problem solved.
Yeah, we paid what we were asked to pay. I don't know if that was included or not, but I'm not sure what I'm doing here.
Okay.
I don't think it's you. I think it's just the controlling of everything.
Nick, if you have anything else to add, but it looks like you'd be waiving the $9,600, but paying the $4,500.
Yeah, I mean, our records
We're not hearing you, Nick.
that sewer connection fees have been paid for each of the lots in the development. Those are two.
Nick, can you hear me? Because we can't hear you.
No. Hey, can you guys hear?
Not really, not very well.
I can hear you guys.
I wonder what's going on today.
He's trying again.
Okay.
Commissioner has weighed in with me previously. He had indicated that he was able to identify approximately $2,000 per lot payment for sewer connection fees. We did look, and he probably knows better than I do, as to whether or not there was even such a thing called an I&I fee at the time. Going back there, whether or not it was just I&I work, because your regulation didn't talk, your decision didn't talk about a fee, and I didn't find historic indication that there was an I&I fee at that juncture. Could have been, I just didn't find it, and so looking.
Can you guys hear me better now?
A little bit, yep, a little better.
All right, sorry, I'm having some phone issues tonight. I don't know what the deal is. But our records indicate that a $2,000 sewer connection fee was paid for each of the lots within the development. That's consistent with our fee schedule at the time. There wasn't any II fee paid. There wasn't any II work done, but I don't believe that an II fee or II work was requested prior to issuing the sewer connection permit. So in my opinion, by issuing that permit, we waive any requirement for an I&I fee or an I&I mitigation project, because those are both supposed to be done and or paid prior to issuance of a sewer connection permit. So in absence of records indicating otherwise, I would say that that requirement for an I&I fee or an I&I mitigation project was waived by issuing those permits.
Okay,
No problem.
thank you. So if the board have any other, want to discuss this any further, or can make the recommendation back to the City Property
Public Works.
Public Works Committee and Council and the City Council regarding the adoption of the street contingent upon payment of the stormwater fee of $4,500.
And we should probably also, as a matter of motion, just make a motion that we're aligning with the DPW's decision to waive the I&I fee, just so that it's a matter of record. I'll put that both in the form of a motion. I have no problem with that.
Second that motion.
And motion's been made with the second. We'll just take roll call on that. Wait, is Alex here?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm here.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say oppose. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye?
Tracy?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
I would add one additional thing. I've been working with the firm Dombrowski and Avini on this matter for quite some time. They've been very helpful and helped us get this point where we can actually accept this street. They did a lot of work, including help us recover the bond. We had an issue with the bank. They did a lot of work with that, so I wanted to let you know that the applicants and their attorneys have been helpful in the process.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for the letter, Attorney Presteri. It was very, very helpful and very thorough.
Yes.
A couple of typos, so I've been trying to get it to
It was very much appreciated.
Well, we needed,
Thank you.
that was very helpful with the background.
Thank you very
Yep.
much. I appreciate being put on the agenda as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
All right, we have some hearings this evening. The first one of which is a modification of special permit 2019-19, Final Touch Contractor LLC, 0 Old Princeton Road. And that was continued from our May meeting, which was continued quite a few times previously, and we do have a request to withdraw without prejudice.
Make a motion to give leave to withdraw without prejudice.
Second.
Motion's been made with the second. All those in favor say aye. Well, all those favor say aye. All those opposed say oppose, and I'll take a roll call. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye?
Tracy?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. All right. Continue. Next on our agenda is a special permit and site plan review for solar energy development at 140 Arnhow Farm Road, Fitchburg High School, for the installation of 3 solar canopies over a portion of the parking areas, which is continued from our May 23rd meeting. So if we have the applicant.
What are we doing? Arnhow? Yep.
Yes, Arnhow.
All right. I got, yep. Jose, you are unmuted. It's all yours.
Hello, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you want me to pull up something, or do you want control to pull up what you want?
If I can control, that would be great.
Sure you can. Okay. So once you're a panelist, you can, at the bottom, you can start a share whenever you're ready. I can.
You guys able to see my screen at all?
Not just yet.
Yeah.
So go to, hold on one second. Let me stop sharing on my screen. Now you can try. Maybe that's why.
There's a host disable participant screen sharing. Doesn't look like I'm allowed though.
It's not working on your end?
No, when I click on share screen, it says that it's disabled.
So if you click on the up arrow, if you click on the where it says share screen, it should come up with a window with different things that show up on your desktop, and you should be able to click on something and then hit share. The alternative to Jose, if you can't get it, is I can pull up what you want, and you can tell me what to do.
Yeah, like I said, when I click share, it says that it's disabled.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's something. Yeah, I can't do anything. I can't make you any more than a panelist. So, is Dan here?
No, his counterpart, though.
Oh, okay.
Well, we can pull up the civil
Yep.
plans.
Yep.
All
I'll
right,
pull
yeah,
up the
so
plans
why don't
while
we
you're
do
doing that.
then?
Yeah.
Why don't you pull up plans C3 to begin with?
Sure.
The civil set.
From the civil plan set. This one.
Yeah, we can start there.
You just tell me if you need to move the screen up, down, left, or right, or if you want to change pages, just tell me.
Okay, we'll do. So yeah, basically, respond to the comments from peer review and some of the comments from the board on our last meeting. We had to revise the design. Initially, on this area, we had 2 canopies. The design team was able to combine in just one. Reason being, it was to provide more clearance, the water lines and utilities to. Are you able to see my pointer at all? Not even my pointer?
No.
No, only if you share the screen.
All right, so to the northwest of the corner of the canopy, there was water lines and a lot of utilities. So in order to provide more clearance to that as a request, we combined those. Another change we had to do was the footings. Initially, we had proposed 10-foot deep piles to be drilled. Now the new design will have spread footings that are 9 foot by 6 foot by 3.5 feet. So very shallow foundations, and those are represented by the red lines that you can see, red squares that you can see. Those represent the footings.
What'd you say, Paul?
I'm not sure. I can't hear him clearly.
Yeah,
Red
that's
squares?
the other thing too. You got to speak up a little bit. Let me see if we can turn you up.
Can you blow up the image?
Yeah, I can zoom in.
Yeah, so those the red squares you should see on this specific case. 22 of them. Those are going to be the footings. Like I said, 9 feet by 6 feet. And we can also see it better if you can go to the structural spec. First page.
First page. Yep.
You got to go to the structural.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Different set. Hold on one second. All right. I'm gonna get rid of these things. All right. Document center. Structural set. What page do you want?
That's the one. Yeah. So that will show you a section of how the footing is gonna look. Like I said, it's only 3 feet 6 inches deep, very shallow, 9 by 6. So we can go back now to the civil set.
Okay.
Sheet C3. Also, from the last meeting, the board wanted to see which trees were actually going to be removed, and I made those blue. It's easy to understand which ones are. So those blue are the ones to be removed. The light gray are going to stay on site.
So the trees in the blue, outlined in blue, will be removed?
That is correct. And those are going to be replaced somewhere else on site in coordination with the owner. It will be shown on the landscape plan once it's prepared. We're not there yet, but we will be preparing our landscape plan showing those.
Okay, we are expecting that landscaping plan to be part of this submittal, so.
So, do you? I'm curious. You say you're referring to a landscaping plan, but you're saying we don't have it.
No, it's said to be done by others, so we don't have there's no landscaping plan that I've seen so far.
That is correct. It's not. We don't have that yet.
Okay.
Another comment is the review engineer wanted to see the location of the erosion control. So those are those gold line types. This lane was typical straw wattles installation. And also the sheet does have a detail, so I just wanted to clarify that we are not using hay bales. I did see quickly on the newer peer review report that was issued last Friday and sent to us.
Okay.
All right.
Another one of the requests was some progress for future electric vehicle charging stations. So we added right here, correct, on that area, stubs for connection in case the school in the future would like to do that. It will require some upgrades to the components, but it's possible to add on that area.
So what you're saying is you're going to provide the conduit in the wiring to the location?
That is correct.
Okay. Did we, and you might have already covered this, I was trying to do a few things at once, so I apologize if you did. There was some issue about one of the pylons being within 10 feet of one of the utility or drainage, city drainage locations. Did you end up moving that pylon?
We moved piles, okay, and then, like I said, this specific area was completely redesigned to allow for more than 10 feet to the water lines, okay? The proposal does have some cases, utilities in cash bases that are not any closer than 4.5 feet, but we cannot provide 10 foot that the peer review is looking for. So we're going to be looking for relief on that.
And you understand we're going to defer to whatever our DPW tells us they want is what we're going to require. So I'll let Nick or Jeff speak at some point when we get to that, but whatever they're going to require is what we're going to require, just so you know that.
Yeah, no, I'm very aware of that. However, we are providing fully stamped plans. We are going to be liable for it.
Okay.
It's not the engineering department. And I don't believe either that it's required their permit. It's going to be ultimately also going to the building department, and I do understand that you guys are.
That's fine. We'll hash that out later. Once you get through your presentation, I'll ask Nick or Jeff to speak.
So I believe this covers this area. So we can now go to sheet C4.
This one?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So the changes on this one, if you can zoom right to where the label says contractor to preserve and protect the existing 15-inch pipe. So on this specific area of the canopy, we changed the location of the column a little bit to provide more spacing. We're not quite at the 10 foot that it is required. Again, we think it is safe. It's not a safety hazard as is, but we'll talk about it later. Same thing, the footings will be the 9 foot by 6 foot, 3.5 feet deep. All plantings to be removed in blue, just like before, and the erosion control wattles are also shown now as a gold line type and label. Not so many changes on this one.
Yeah, I think I did request that you move the entire canopy to be centered over the vehicles, so the back end of the cars to the south will also be under the canopy.
That is correct. You did do that, and the answer that I got from the design team is that they are at the max capacity, and they could not provide the additional.
Well,
feet on the south.
I'd like to see that occur. So, I mean, the one advantage is that it's going to be covered parking. I don't see how it goes over on the other part of the aisle to no advantage for the full parking lot.
So you just to be clear, you're just asking for the 3 feet on the center, correct? Not the entire full parking lot, just on that extension to the south that is not covered.
Yes.
Well, what we were talking about is just why can't you shift the panels so they're centered in the middle of both the cars so you have an even overhang on both sides?
The answer I got was about production, and that they could not do it. That's the answer I got from the design team.
Well, I'd still like to see some effort made to that.
I mean, I find it hard to believe that it's not possible.
Yeah, that's what you said, production. It's like, we'll work on the design. Similarly, I see the trees being removed, and what's going to happen with those spaces? Are they going to make additional parking spaces under the canopy?
No, we do not. We're not going to be adding any impervious area, because that will create some other sign issues. And
well, I understand that, but
probably kill the project.
I know you're going to relocate some of the landscaping. I like to exactly see what's going to occur there and whether or not it's going to be beneficial or it's maybe more advantageous to make them parking spaces.
So what is going to be occurring within the planting areas, it's going to be coming on the landscape plan, like you noted. We do not have that at this point. I do know we're not going to be adding in a previous area. I do know that, because that will absolutely kill the project if we have to go and analyze the entire drainage. And that it will not happen.
Well, I don't think you're asking to redo the drainage, right?
If you are impervious, you'll have to analyze it and engineer it. Otherwise, we will not be able to stamp it.
You're already making it impervious by putting the roof over it.
No, it's not. It's not.
All right, so Jose, is Ken on your team? Because he just raised his hand.
Yes.
Do you want him to speak?
Sure.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I represent Select Energy, and 2 things. One, we did work with the design team, and just because of underlying conditions under the soils, we cannot move this canopy south, just because of there's a lot of issues for just ledge removal and all that. We didn't want to make this into a major project of ripping everything out underneath this ground just to make this thing happen. So we try to keep it within the confines of what you're seeing here. Second is the landscape plan. We didn't want to devise a final landscape plan until we came across, obviously, with the board and the decisions on what we're allowed to do. I didn't want to go back to a landscape design engineer and have them design something just to change it all up again. We're open to anything that is out there. We're probably going to, revegetate as needed. When you're talking about making this impervious, there's gaps. This is no water management on this, so we have gaps in between each of these modules, which will allow the water flow to obviously saturate the parking lot, just like it has been before the canopy was even installed, or will be installed.
Is how the sheet flow off of these things, does that cause a problem? I'm just thinking, you were talking about, and it just occurred to me now, you're talking about how, you didn't analyze any of the stormwater runoff, but the runoff's going to be different now, because now it's going to be running off to certain locations on the panels in larger quantities than it does now, because now it can land freely versus the panels catching them and running off to, let's say, the end of the panel on each side. Doesn't that cause potential issues with icing and things like that?
You would actually think that, because you're thinking this is more of a solid structure. It's not. there are gaps between each of these panels. So every time, like, let's just look at just one panel in particular, when the water hits it, it flows to the bottom of the panel and drops in between the panel and the racking. There you go. So if you scroll up, so you see that there's gaps in between each of these panels that allows the water to flow in between the panels and not to one solid structure. I mean, not to one solid location. So there's no water management, so it's not allowing the water to flow to one single point. So there's really no sheet flow calcs that is needed on this, just because it's not a solid surface.
Okay. Thank you. Jose, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we get into some other questions?
Yes, so about the drainage, we also did provide a certified letter explaining why it doesn't change. I don't know if you guys received that, was circulated around or not.
Yep.
So that explains what the reasons are why the project does not change the existing watershed areas or sheet flow to the collection points. So you could refer to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess I'm still trying to digest how the soil would be different 3 feet in the parking lot from whence it was to be able to move the canopy. It's not really changing the terrain. So I don't know what kind of test borings were done or along those lines, but why you still say you can't move the canopy.
Can you go back to that, the first page that we're referring to?
Are you just talking about the first page on this sheet?
Yeah, the one that we're referring to, we're moving the canopy south.
Oh, that was the one I had up.
Sorry. No,
the next one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right.
There you go. Thank you.
Yep.
So we are, with these, if you look at where the foundations are located, they're located in the center stalls. If we move them south, we lose parking on numerous locations.
So how is this different than the other parking lot where they seem to be, is it double the width? So you have them on the exterior and these footings are in the middle?
Yeah, these are like a wide canopy. So if we move these footings, say right where that arrow is pointing, go to your left.
Yep.
Up, right where the red dot is. So if I move that foundation 3 feet, I lose that parking spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see how you could lose a whole row of park. The top of the
main issue of
the top of the canopy can't just shift on that pylon.
So these canopies have to have a center mass. So all these footings that are in there has to be a center mass. We can't just like multi-shift different canopies and just kind of mismatch any of these structural steels. It's got to be a center mass through the entire end. So if we move one, we got to move every single one of them down. So we're going to lose parking stalls. Mm-hmm. That's why we did it this way. This is the best way to do it. If we add another row of modules on the end, we increase the KW, which kind of we're not allowed to do. We're maxed out as it is on what we're allowed to do for energy on this site.
Okay.
I would love to get more KW on this, but we're at what we're at.
And any EV stations on this side?
I think we were only asked, Jose, I'll let you speak to that.
Yeah, we did not include anyone on this one. We potentially could do the same thing as well.
The way that space is designed, that area is designed where you have the future potential EV stations, and I know you didn't necessarily design the stations themselves, but is the anticipation there that's 4 potential future EV stations?
Where you have the marked in green?
Yeah, that's correct. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to provide an area that we could actually do future EV stations. So if you decide to do whatever it is going down the road, you have a spot of connection, so we don't have to go back and re-engineer everything, and it's a lot easier just to give you a point of connection at that point.
But that's just 2 stations out of all of these.
Is it 2 or 4?
No, it just says the other one says space designation for compact vehicles.
2 stations. Yeah, you're right.
Looks 2, and
Yeah.
It is only 2.
Okay.
I guess whether or not there could be any future modification to add more.
Right.
Is there?
Ken, do you think we could add a stop on the canopy area
And then you put,
for them?
I'm sorry, say that again, Jose?
Can we add the same thing on canopy area number 2? Add a stop for future expansion?
So if anything, what we could do is we could add a pull box for future use as we're running the underground. That wouldn't be an issue at all.
yeah, I'd like to see them probably on both lots.
I mean, it'd be easier,
So that
I mean, yes, exactly, to your point, if we have the ground open, we can just run the conduit and just put a pull box in there, and if eventually you guys decide that you want to do EV to the other lot, then, you know, it's already there.
Okay, so I will find a spot to add the connection for a future electric vehicle space.
Yep.
On the other lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it would follow the conduit run back to the school. So wherever that conduit run comes, that's where we'll end up, you know, putting a handhole in there with a pull string for it.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody, board, have any questions further? I know if DPW's got some questions. Okay. Nick, do you have your hand up?
I do not have anything on this one. I know Jeff's looked at it extensively and had some conversations with the applicant. So, Jeff, I don't know if you've got any concerns that are still outstanding that you want to put forth to the board, or if you're happy with what's been put forth so far.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes. My comments that I had, I'm just concerned with the proposed locations for the foundations with respect to that, our drainage infrastructure. I'd like to see that 10-foot separation. That would help minimize the case of undermining, and in the event we have to go back and work on that section of pipe with that pylon right next to it, the 4.5 feet next to it. That makes it very difficult for our guys to be able to get in there and dig that, even for a contractor to get in there and dig that, be able to compact it and put it back to pipe so that we don't have any problems and we're not trying to do this underneath the canopy. That's just my main concern. And I have there was a few other comments that I had in the review that I sent over as well. So if the applicant has any other questions, he can reach out to me. We can have a private discussion about it.
Yeah, Jeff, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it. I've been a land developer for over 30 years. I'd be more than happy to talk to you. Any type of solution that you and I can come to an agreement with, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it.
That'd be perfect.
Okay. Yeah, so the solution to the footings is necessary. Regards to that. Landscaping plan is necessary. Other things that typically go with our site plans are looking at the condition of, well, the lot and filling any potholes or cracks, typically a seal coat and restriping.
Yeah, so anything that we disturb will definitely, repave, restripe, seal coat as necessary.
Yeah, we'd be looking underneath the canopy.
We'd actually do it prior to the canopy going back up, being erected. Are you talking about if you're going to restripe or repave the entire lot after the canopy's constructed?
If it could be done before, that would be better.
We'd only be doing the stuff that's been disturbed.
And we'll be looking a little bit beyond more than stuff that's been disturbed. It's what has to be fixed, so we're not fixing it under the canopy.
What's the condition now? Do you know? I haven't been up there recently.
No.
Okay. I'm just
Whether or
curious
not
if it
there's-
needs
I don't
to
know
be
if there's any
restriped.
giant potholes, but there's probably some restriping definitely could be done. That's minor. Whether or not there should be some, at least seal coat in some areas. And then what is happening with all of these islands and what's going to be the vegetation? Where is any other type of riprap or going to be located? And
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying that we're going to need to see a landscaping plan at some point.
Like to
I was under the impression it wasn't there last month, but it was going to be here this month.
Right.
But I think I must have not been following along.
Similar, it's like we want to see enhanced landscaping between all of those staircases in areas around the parking lot, not just relocate the landscaping to, hundreds and hundreds of feet away. It should be relatively close to the park, where the landscape's being removed. We do have landscaping requirements for impervious areas for parking lots in our ordinance. So as close to that as possible.
Yeah, I mean, whoever does the landscaping plan will know all that, or they'll have to look at our ordinance and see how it fits in, at least as far as what, you're taking down quite a few trees. Well, you'll have to show what you're doing.
And Pete, you had some questions previously you wanted to about how it works with the electricity and reimbursement to the school, and you had a few questions.
I don't really have any further.
No, any further questions on it? Okay.
Okay, I was just going to say, we do have Byron on from Select that could answer any of those questions for you.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to know that information. That's not pertinent to me, but it's up to you, Paul.
Okay. All right. Any board member have any questions? This is a hearing. I'll open it up also to the audience, both physically and virtually.
I think there was a question last time about an analysis of savings, cost versus savings.
Yeah, that's what he was just suggesting. I was just asking. That's fine. If you want to go into that now, Byron, if you want to go into kind of what this agreement is, you're more than welcome to.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your time tonight. Working closely with the school committee and the city on the development of this project for probably close to a couple of years now. We have a long history working with Fitchburg on solar, what's called power purchase agreements, where we install the plants and provide the capital cost for that, and then we sell the electricity to the city at a discount over the term. And Jeremy Roach is also online tonight, representing the school committee, and I think it would be great for him to say a couple words about the project as well, just from the school committee's perspective. But I guess the biggest piece here is over the term of the agreement, there's probably well over $1.3 million in things. Our energy rate stays fixed for the school, and it's a behind-the-meter project, so any generation that we create supersedes what would typically come from the grid, and so the savings is locked in. The price is locked in, and as energy rates, either stay where they are now or increase over time, the delta between our price and utility price is really where the savings comes from. And so, part of the exercise that we do with school committees and municipalities is to look for the best spots across a school district and across a town that would be, solar eligible or solar ready. And, certainly this site has emerged as one of those sites, and we've been working on it for a while. The school committee has approved, city council has also approved, and both the PPA and the lease have been signed at this point. So there is a lot of good momentum there. One thing I did want to say about the plan, and I know that there's still some outstanding pieces, and Ken obviously leads that portion of it from our team. But one thing I did want to indicate is as we're, working on the project and working with specific canopy costs and the capital cost of production, that obviously informs what the PPA rate is to the school. And so, the canopy is sensitive to production, and that's one of the factors. And I know that in terms of the landscaping plan, there was a conversation around that, and I guess it's important to know, from the planning board's perspective, if they approve of the plan as one combined canopy as it is here, because then we can obviously do the landscaping plan around that. I think there was a question about doing the landscaping plan before we actually knew what the final position of the canopies was. So that was a factor as well too. So I'll stop there, but I do want to be a resource on the call if it's helpful. I wanted to offer that, and certainly, if Jeremy wanted to indicate anything from the school, that would be, I thought that might be helpful as well.
Yep. Thank you, Byron. Jeremy, you're welcome to speak if you'd like. I know you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having us tonight and considering this project. Like Byron said, and the other members of the team from Select, the way that we're looking at it is, for 8 large facilities ranging from 28,000 square foot Goodrich Academy to 250,000 square feet at Fitchburg High, we are trying to electrify as much as we can to meet the 2050 net zero goals that are set forth. And, this will produce about 50% of that electricity at Fitchburg High. And, from the perspective of an educational experience, the school recently had a vocational program for green energy and environmental energy, which is going to tie in really well with, the canopies and that type of on-site electricity producer. I'll also just add, as the Director of Finance and Operations for the district now, and formerly the principal of Fitchburg High, the electric bill for Fitchburg Public Schools was $100,000 more this year than the previous year. And, I think we all know that continues to rise, or at least it's very volatile. And this would at least stabilize for us, the city's school system, or at least one of them, those types of costs moving forward for the next 20 to 25 years. So again, I have a different perspective on it, certainly. I know the energy in terms of, metaphorical sense of positive energy at Fitchburg High about this project is real, from the students to the staff. And, it's been communicated out to the families we've been, like Byron said, talking about it for a couple of years now. So I'm always available through email or phone call if there are follow-up questions that the planning board have. And again, appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of this project.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question of the EV stations and where do you see those to be located in the future? Whereas of 2035, the Commonwealth is looking to end the sale of gas vehicles.
Yeah, so in presenting this, when I'm only as the principal at Fitchburg High to the staff, to the School Improvement Council, which consists of parents and students, and also to the Student Advisory Council, which is just students. And you had robust groups at all levels there. Talking 30 to 50 members sometimes. The EV charging stations is very exciting to people. I could see those certainly as being really attractive. I utilize Mount Wachusett Community College's weight room, the gym there, and they have a bank of 4 or 6, I can't remember exactly, but having an EV car myself, it's great, and again, we'd have to discuss certainly, how we do that. I think the plan is that it would be free. It wouldn't be like one of these charge point stations that you see around, or even like the Tesla proprietary ones that charge. Our goal is to keep those free for for those folks, whether they're students, whether they're staff members, or whether they're family members who are visiting, you know, for some kind of an event or meeting at the school. So, yeah, I think it's a huge component that we would be excited about, and we understand, you know, that's going to be sort of a secondary component. But we're looking, you know, in addition, at a lot of different ways to make the buildings more energy efficient. We have major HVAC design process going on right now. We're looking to save money for the district there, and also make the buildings comfortable. And this type of enhancement, you know, the EV charging stations, I think, is just that. It's an attractive enhancement, but it also, you know, meets some of those expectations, like you said, about more and more EV cars, and just the big goal of sort of that net zero 2050 target, which is tough. I mean, that's a tough thing to achieve, I think, for us as a state or as a nation, but we want to do our part, that's for sure.
Okay. We have the opportunity now in the aspect of design to ensure that there's at least the ability to retrofit, and there's only 2 proposed here, but we could look at adding a few more.
Yeah, we would certainly be open to that. I mean, I know we have some costs there, and that's fine. Because again, I think, you know, in presenting it, it was a really attractive component of the overall plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you again. Thanks for the time. And as always, reach out if there's any follow-up questions.
Thank you.
All right, there's a hand raised. Ken?
No, they're all still up from before.
Okay.
So I don't think anyone had a new hand raised. If you did, feel free to speak up.
Sorry about that. I just lowered mine. I just realized it was still on.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. I stopped lowering hands when we do this now, because sometimes I lower people's hands when they have them raised, so I'd rather just leave them up.
This is all still new to me with this Zoom stuff.
No problem. So the only thing that I would say, aside from the stuff that we've already talked about, and this is to the board, not to the applicant, that, you know, obviously any decision we make would be subject to a definitive landscaping plan showing the additional EV spaces on the other lot. You know, obviously, we had talked about repave and restrip disturbed areas. I don't know, Paul, if you have a bigger idea of what they're going to do, I guess we need to find what sort of extent that's going to be. But as far as, I know I had talked to DPW staff before, Jeff in particular, about the concerns of some of those pylons. I'm, as I said before, going to defer to our engineering department and to the engineers, and more specifically, I guess, to the DPW commissioner, about whatever conditions they have or whatever concerns that they had in their review letter. Any determination we make here would be subject to satisfying all of those conditions. And if these don't satisfy those conditions, then you'll have to modify the plan to make it so. And I don't, this can't, we asked the question of whether or not you combine the canopy, whether or not that's acceptable so you can move forward, and I'm going to put that to, I guess, DPW to recommend whether or not they're satisfied with that. Again, if any other changes need to be made, you're going to have to make those adjustments. But in order to answer your question of moving to the next step, whether or not that's acceptable, then I'd take the recommendation of DPW. So Nick or Jeff, I'm not sure if you have any regarding the change. Well, that was the question they had. Yeah, well, Jeff had said that they were going to meet and go over their concerns, which I...
Well, that was about the footing pieces, but he wanted about the combined canopy inspect.
Okay.
This is Nick here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I've kind of observed this just kind of from a 1,000-foot view. So I know Jeff has expressed his concerns to the applicant, and he's done so in his letter to the planning board as well. I think he's gotten some pushback from the applicant, and a talk offline is going to be another attempt for the applicant to not do what Jeff is asking them to do. So I want to make it clear that the applicant should talk to Jeff, strongly consider taking his comments and making the necessary adjustments to the plan, because in the end, I know we're kind of being a pain in the butt here, but we're looking out for the best interests of the city of Fitchburg because this is a city project for the high school. We're reviewing it from an engineering perspective so that they get the best product that they can. Because when this project's all said and done, the engineer, the developer, whoever's involved, they're going to walk away. Fitchburg High and the city get stuck with what's there. And if there's problems resulting from a lack of attention to some of the details that our engineering department is pointing out and asking to be corrected, then we're going to get stuck with dealing with those. So please make an effort to consider the comments that Jeff's given forth so far.
Thank you. And that being said, I'm not comfortable voting on this evening. I would want them to address those issues as well as bring forth the landscaping plan.
Yeah, I mean, from the last I heard, in talking to engineering, there was still some suggestions, and when I say suggestions, his determination that the design wasn't to the best interests of the city of Fitchburg, that engineering still had some concerns, and if that's the case, there's no sense in voting on it, because if these pylons have to move, or if you have to remove 1 or 2 or 4 or however many, I don't know, what ends up happening, but I was told that, to the best of my knowledge, there's still some conditions or some requirements of city engineering that were not met, and I'm not okay with that.
I agree. I'd like to see a landscaping plan. And I don't want, a comment was made, I'm not sure who made it, that the canopy can't be moved, then I don't understand why we can't have a plan, because you know what trees are being removed. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Okay, we understand. So we're gonna get together and provide everything that needs to be provided, and we'll go from there. So I guess a continuation will be the way to go.
And then adding of the more EV stations or EV ready
Yes,
areas.
that we'll do that. I will do that. A change for sure.
Yep, and also if you could depict the lighting, whether there's adequate lighting under the canopies.
Maybe you have a picture of some of your canopies with, in the dark, what it looks like lit up? That might be helpful to the board to see an actual photo of, what the underlighting looks like and how bright it's going to be, and, especially in a pitch black environment.
I thought we talked about that on the last.
Yeah, I think what, correct me if I'm wrong, Paula, she wants to see what it looks like.
And, what is the spacing? Is the lighting adequate? What does it provide?
I mean, you must have done these before, right? So you must have pictures of, what the lighting looks like when it's dark out, right?
Yes, correct. I just didn't know that the lighting was. We had an issue with lighting. I don't
think it's an issue, Jose. I think we're just giving you. You're going to take a month off. We're just giving you some very small thing to do while you're there. I don't think that in and of itself would have been a problem, but it would be nice to see, especially considering that you're coming back anyway.
Yeah, we can see what we can pull together for you for some under canopy lighting.
Perfect.
Not a problem.
Great.
So just in closing, just so I know when I talk to my landscape architect, are we comfortable with the location on here? And we did refer to the other canopy, why it can't be moved. It wasn't this canopy, it was the one to the other lot, is because we'd be losing parking space. If we're comfortable with the location of the canopies, I will inform my landscape architect to go ahead with the plans.
So my only suggestion is meet with DPW first, because if I was under the impression we were still within 10 feet of some of those drainage lines or water lines or whatever they were, and that was still a problem. And if that's a problem and it requires moving of the canopies, whatever DPW wants is what I'm gonna side with personally. I can't speak for the rest of the board. I know historically we trust our employees, so that's who we're gonna side with.
Yeah, I agree. And Jeff, Nick, at any time, if you want to reach out to me, I can make myself available, and we can go over what your ideas. I know you want 10-foot clearance.
My suggestion would be probably to reach out to them.
Okay. Will do.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Make a motion to continue to our July meeting, which is the 25th.
Continue to July. Motion's been made.
Second.
With a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed.
Aye.
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 Aye. All right.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next item this evening is a major site plan review for a Fuller at 44 Ronald Street, conversion of a residential dwelling into daycare center, continued from our May 23rd meeting.
Hi, guys. Is this what you want up on the screen? I think this is the most recent one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me just see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Oh, too much. Well, all right, we'll start big, and then I only got one zoom, apparently, so.
Okay. So we were charged with going back and looking at our parking and making the site work for what we want, what I'm hoping to do. I did look at the site. I have looked at capacity as well, and have proposed to reduce the capacity to 30 children, which would down by 6, because my original proposal was 36 children, which would require 6 staff, which was a total of 12 parking spots. I am reducing the capacity down to 30, which would be 5 spots for children and 5 spots for staff. You've reduced the children by 6. I've reduced the staffing by 1. So the total requirement now is 10 parking spots. So you can see that we've provided front parking for the customer parking there, 4. And then in the front, if you zoom to the left, you see there's a parallel parking spot there as well, along the side of the building. And then in the back, you'll see 6 employee parking spots. You will see that there is a 10-foot or more landscaping buffer around all the parking areas, which in the play areas, which has now moved to the side. Please note that all of my staff to child ratios as well as space requirements are per state regulation, so that outdoor space does serve a capacity of 20 children. And in reducing my size of the program, I only need 18 children out there at a time, because one classroom will go out at a time. So those regulations are being met as well. I know it's a smaller outdoor area, which is unfortunate, but it does meet the requirements of the state. In regards to property lines, you can see there are 3 feet as well as the 5-foot city setback for all the parking and driveways and everything. Our previous curb cut was 1 curb cut, which I think it measured out at 36 feet. We now have 2. 16 feet each, which is less than the 36. There is no backing out onto the street, which was a major concern. We do have to remove trees. I know that the neighborhood is upset about that. I will tell you, however, my brother-in-law is an arborist, and a lot of those trees are internally dead. They may not look it from the outside. However, we do propose to plant 3 more trees. I think it's 3. Yes, I am proposing to plant 3 new trees there. 1 in between the front parking area and the neighboring place. Another one shortly after that, just inside the play area for the children to have, as well as another one in the back corner of the lot there. In addition to the landscaping buffers, so that if there is parking there, again, keep in mind we're a 7 to 5:30 business, so it's Monday through Friday. There is a landscaped, what do they call it, a hedgerow, to like where the parking would be going into and possibly pointing into a neighbor's. There is some privacy there, as well as hedgerows where the driveway as well as the other side of the lot there to provide. There is also a privacy fence that runs along the whole right-hand side of the property where the play area is, and just the back corner. There is already a fence on the neighboring property that runs the whole back of the fence. I'm not proposing to put another one up there. I'm not sure it's necessary if children aren't going to be playing out there. But the fence there'll be chain link fence on my interior parts of the playground. For the fact of I would like to be able to see into the playground when the children are out there playing for supervision and
so there's going to be a 4-foot chain link fence that's kind of a foot or two from that vinyl fence of the neighbor. My only thought would be that obviously I'm glad it's there because you don't want kids, bouncing balls or whatever off their neighbor's vinyl fence.
By state law, by state regulation, that playground has to be completely fenced.
Okay. Thank you.
So it is. I did also speak with Jeff from the engineering department. I know that the new parking plan is going to require look at the drainage system. I have contacted Hannigan Engineering out of Leominster, and they're putting together a proposal for me to cover everything. I sent them everything that the DPW sent me in regards to comments, as well as my current plan, and they're going to work with me and hopefully along with Jeff. He did say that we have changed the parking plan, so we have to look at the drainage. And I mean, my takeaway from the conversation, and I do believe it was some of his words today, I spoke to him today, was it's doable. It's a matter of how much I want to personally invest in the project. I do believe that I've met the requirements that were put ahead of me. In the explanation, I do also understand that there's water flow calculations that need to be met and done. I just wasn't sure how many steps to go ahead before we got the stamp, because I have been a little confused by the process, in that this is a use by right, so I didn't want to take too many. I have invested money, and I am invested in the project. I just didn't know how many steps I needed to take for tonight, but I am committed to working with an engineer to get the civil, he is a civil engineer, to get the stamp that's needed, that the DPW wants, and to meet all of their requirements. And that was in my written, I don't think that the piece about the civil engineer was in my written explanation, but I know that the one about the water flow calculations, just to determine, make sure that we aren't using more than a typical household would need.
It's quite a big change.
Yes.
I do have some technical pieces to bring up.
Okay.
The frontage, the 10-foot setback is from the property line, not from the street. The 20-foot, actually. The lawn, so it should be from the property line.
It's a 3-foot.
No, 20-foot frontage on commercial. No, you're talking 3-foot for a driveway setback. Talking the frontage setback.
Okay.
Which is 20 foot.
So I would, okay.
And then also where you put parking space number 5 on the aisle, that turns that into a parking area, which then triggers the buffer for the 10-foot along the side. And then I would like to see how that would, even for the maneuvering, I still have concerns regarding how you'd maneuver without backing up, particularly was it 2 and 4 in the front. And I also have concerns about traffic flow and safety regarding that, because all of those maneuvers are right in front of where the area where the children are getting dropped off. Also, and one more, and also where the 30 cars, or still of the 30 vehicles, will be queuing, because we don't really allow queuing on the public way. You have to accommodate the queuing.
Could you explain that further? Because I took the list that was provided after last month's meeting, and I looked at that.
Well, it still doesn't meet the 20-foot frontage setback for the landscaping, which was on the list, and as well as the one where you, again, where you put parking space number 5 is a parking area, so that triggers the bus, should be a 10-foot. They are not 3 feet from the side property line. So on those setback pieces, but also the provisions within the site plan review is looking at maximizing pedestrian and traffic egressing on site and egressing from it. So again, how is traffic from? Can you zoom in, Paul, a little bit?
Yeah. Where do you want it?
Right there. Track, it's like space 4. Scroll up a little bit, and then the one across from it.
Oh.
Right. Space 2. How they are going to maneuver with drop-offs with 3 under 1 without backing up, since there's no, like, I'll say like a tail end or a behavioral area to back up. They just can go straight. So how
meets the maneuvering aisle, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure the
but
question.
the maneuvering aisle is right in front of the drop-off area for the children, right there in the front of the home, right in front of the establishment. So you have all this, the cars there picking out as well as queuing in the street. So how is this to occur in a safe manner for the customers, the children, and having nobody dropping children off in the street and then walking up trying to navigate up the driveway with the 4 cars trying to come in and out?
How does, let's start it from this side. How does a normal morning work for you for drop-off? Is it, so you start at 7 o'clock, is it at 7 o'clock you get 75% of your students and then they come?
That was in the written explanation as well. Like the numbers of the children weren't there because I can't captivate that until I have children enrolled. But generally speaking, from 7 to 8, you may have 10 to 15% of your enrollment. That's really low from 7 to 8. 8 to 8:30 is a higher peak, and then the 8:30 to 9 is your highest peak.
So because so going to what Paula was saying, I appreciate that. But going to what Paula was saying, I do appreciate the change that you made. The only outstanding condition I have, and it's not necessarily a technical one, is I envision more often than not, especially between that, let's say 8:30 and 9 o'clock, that you're going to have more than a few people that are coming and going. And because of the way that this parking area is designed, and because it's not made for coming and going. A parking area like this would be suitable for like an employee situation. We have people coming and staying. But the problem that's going to happen is you're going to have people pulling into spaces 3 and 4, for instance. But no one can pull in, or no one's going to be able to pull in as long as those cars are backing into that middle aisle. So I worry that you're going to have, 1 or 2 or 3 cars waiting on Ronald Street to get into the parking area. And the hope is that it's staggered enough that doesn't become a problem. But that's the only major outstanding issue that I have in my head.
Can I speak to that for a moment?
Sure.
To be completely honest, this is a level of there's some trust and understanding in my experience in the flow. I honestly wouldn't propose it if I thought it was completely unsafe. I am honestly not in that business. I've been doing this for 25 years. I will be sitting in the program monitoring and I know, believe me, but I feel like I've met most of the requirements, and I do understand the safety, but I think a child care is different than a lot of other things, and the flow isn't. I have a hard time thinking that there'll be many times where all 4 of those slots will actually be full. Because when you talk 30 children, you have families. And by the way, 2 of those 30 children are going to be mine for at least the next 4 years. So I have a 3-year-old and a 8-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Yep.
So now you're down to 28 because my car is in the back. So I just think it's a matter of it's a tricky business, and I have to tell you wholeheartedly, I would not put it out there if I thought that it was not safe.
Okay. Thank you.
The flow and the safety and the queuing of the traffic when the kids are being dropped off. I know I can hear you, and I can appreciate you thinking that it's not going to be an issue, and you would take every precaution available so that it wouldn't be an issue. But I think it would be an issue. I personally do, and we have a difference of opinion there.
Yeah.
And just because you can come back to the board and satisfy what you think are the requirements and get all of that information on the lot, that doesn't necessarily make it a workable plan. Okay. And I still look at this plan and I say it is simply not workable. And there are too many students for our daycare on this particular piece of land. I was looking back at some of the information we have on file, and I know you can do a daycare there by right, and but they're generally talking 6 kids at a household. This is like running a commercial business in a residential neighborhood. And I think this spot is ideally set up for a single-family home. But I don't really think it's set up for a daycare for 30 kids.
But again,
Can everyone in the audience don't say anything until it's your time?
And that's my personal opinion. I would love to see a daycare for 30 kids, and we need daycares for kids in the Fitchburg area. But I just am having a lot of trouble looking at this particular small lot and trying to cram all that stuff into it. It's just not workable, in my opinion.
Okay. Any other?
I agree. I mean, you said, obviously you would look and to see if there was going to be an issue, but what if cars start queuing? You know what I mean? Then you have to leave in that, because they can't be there. They can't be on the street waiting for spots. So, you know, that's where I'm stuck too, is I had a child in daycare. I just 30 kids that you think that they're, at one time, they're not all going to be full in that morning.
It doesn't happen, ma'am. It doesn't happen, ma'am. I'm sorry. I've been
At Busy Bees, it seems to happen more often than not. Way more than 4 cars at a time.
I mean, I was at a home one. I mean, it wasn't a center.
Right? You're familiar with their operation.
Yeah, but it's
I see it on Harry Gary Street. I see.
It's not at 7 a.m. and they have all.
No. But I'm saying there are times where it happens where there's more than 4 cars there. If you have more than 4 cars, you have a problem.
Right.
If you have more than 4 people pull up at one time, you have a problem.
Right. Well, we also talked about that there isn't 6 staff at all times either. That there are only the only times that there are full 5. I mean, sorry, 5 because we reduced it to 5. The only time that there's all 5 staff in the building is between 9:30 and 3:30.
Right, but that doesn't change. If you have 1 staff there, they're not going to know dropping off to use the employee lot. That's not an option. It's not like you can just say someone pulls up and they say, "Oh, I can't use these 4 spaces, so we'll pull in the employee lot." No, that doesn't work. You're creating a drop-off spot, which is the only drop-off spot. These 4 spaces.
But that's not how daycare works.
Yeah.
Your children get dropped off I can create a parking policy that says if there's overflow, you go to the back.
Okay.
And there are, to be honest with you, there are parking policies at childcare centers. There's policies for everything at a childcare center.
Okay. I mean, I was looking at this, I suppose I was looking at this black and white. I mean, I look at site plans. I've done thousands of site plans. I was looking at this site plan like we have a drop-off area, we have an employee area, and they don't mix. Because they usually don't.
I see, but you're also losing 3 more spaces. The number 1 and 3 have to bury the 20-foot of frontage, and then also on the driveway from 3 feet to 10 feet. So that number 5 would not be available in the aisle.
Okay.
What is the rule on renting off-site spots and having staff carpooling?
Parking has to be within a certain distance of the location.
It's an option.
It is an option. It's always an option to find additional parking spaces.
Yep.
But think about that.
Yep.
Why on earth would you want to do that? You would want to have all of your vehicles and all of your staff in one location. Where on earth are you going to find extra parking in that neighborhood?
We're then looking at special permits and other aspects because you have to run with the land as well because it's someone's changing their policy.
Yeah. Is there a distance that you can be away from for off-site parking? Do we know?
I think it's 800 feet.
800 feet for off-site
It
parking?
depends. I have to look to see whether or not that's a certain district or if it's citywide.
Yeah, I was going to say,
That might just be
I think
in-town
that's just
business.
in-town business.
It just
I
might
don't
be
think.
in-town business.
I don't know that we're prepared to answer it. I don't think our zoning bylaw allows for off-site parking unless the planning board makes an unusual determination that it's applicable. I can't remember a scenario where we've done that. And
If there was a parking garage, like when people are developing downtown, and there's a parking garage within so many feet of the business, of the establishment, absolutely, that would work. But you're in a residential neighborhood, there isn't that kind of a building available.
And as an employee, what if you have a family emergency and you know what I mean, and your car is not there?
I'm just,
No, it's a fair question.
And I do appreciate the work that you did, and I do, I do think that you made substantial strides from the last time. I guess I'm back to where I was before. I don't understand why we're trying to fit, a square peg into a round hole. Why is this site so ideal for you?
I guess I don't understand why the board has that right to tell me that that's not, I want to have a daycare in a residential setting for the philosophy of my program.
That's fair enough.
The state allows
that's fair enough. I was just, like I was saying, I don't think the shape of this lot means you can make every aspect of bylaw work. But I don't know specifically what Paula was mentioning. Like I said, the queuing issue, I think if you can get beyond the logistical aspects that Paula had mentioned, the queuing issue, we might be able to figure out some sort of, the problem is it's not a special permit. So with a special permit, we can say there's no queuing allowed on the street. And that's a permit requirement, and that if it gets violated, that's $300 a day. With the site plan, we can't do that.
Still traffic flow and safety, so we still have to accommodate, you still have to figure out where those cars are going. So they can't be in front of people's driveways on the street.
Yeah.
And then we also have the interior of, again, the pedestrian safety and how the cars are maneuvering. But also, more, again, you're losing parking spaces because it doesn't meet the code requirements.
There's another grouping I can do that keeps me at 30 kids and reduces me to 4 staff. I can do one group of 3 infants, a mixed age group of 8 with 1 teacher, and the group upstairs with.
She'll have the same issue about how the queuing is going to work, because similarly, any commercial establishment, regardless if you're a daycare or even other drive-through, no queuing on the street, you have to accommodate your customers.
Can you please somebody send me the code, because I did ask for codes that I needed to meet
So
for
here's the
requirements.
aspect, is underneath site plan review. It's underneath site plan review, and it says maximize pedestrian and vehicular safety both on the site and egressing from it. So other aspects of site plan are subjective. It has to, in meeting these approval criteria for the site plan, it's not just I have 5 spaces and this is it. I meet the requirement. You have to look at also the circulation and the use and how it's going to be traffic and safe for the people on and off the site.
So
it's all part of the review process.
This is a thought, especially if you're able to go down 1 space. And I don't know if this is practical, and it's for you to decide. But if you got rid of space 5 and you made the front the employee lot, could you create the queuing in the rear lot and have drop-offs to the rear of the building? Again, I don't know that works. I don't know that it solves your problems, especially the issues that Paula mentioned, but it's something that you might have to consider. I think the lot in the front is problematic, even if you can make 4 spaces there. I can't see that working well.
So can I speak to that?
Sure.
Okay. So it doesn't matter to me. The customer, I originally envisioned the children coming in the back of the building because of the room that you see right there, that entrance is what I planned to be a cubby room, a locker room, so the kids all had a cubby there.
You're talking about right here behind the garage?
Correct. Yep. So I originally envisioned them coming through the back of the building. I put the customer parking by the handicap egress, but that doesn't have to be that way. It can go to the back.
Because I agree with Paula that you cause a problem with space 5, because with space 5, I think like I said, technically makes it a parking area. You have to be 10 feet from a property line. That landscaping buffer, that causes a problem. If you can do it with that one, that might solve that question. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going off of what Paula said, which I suppose we can give you the specific requirement, but I don't know what happens with 1 and 3 if that setback requirement is greater than what you have here. You know, again, it's from the property line, then that becomes problematic.
181,544.
Yeah.
Landscaping of street frontage for non-residential uses must be at least 20 foot in width.
Okay.
What was that again? Sorry.
181,544. It was in the last list.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate, I want you to understand, I appreciate difference of opinion in this process, and that can be difficult, but I have envisioned it in a residential setting for the philosophy of my project.
And that's understandable. It's just that, and the use is exempt that it can go in any type of zone, but you also have to look at the lot size and the topography as parting for a part of the use. It's just, that those also factor in, because it could be, you could have chosen a 20-acre site too in a residential.
Unfortunately,
versus.
there
You had a 25,000 square foot site, you probably wouldn't have a problem. It's
Right.
just,
I looked, I'm having difficulty finding lots that are bigger than this in a residential zone, which is really what I'm looking for. So when you say, why am I tied to this, that are affordable on top of that.
Just saying, a larger site would have ability to have the queuing and things on
But
the site.
what I'm saying to you is I can't find them.
Well, we're focusing on this site
I
and
know.
saying whether or not.
we're telling you why we're having such a hard problem with this site. It's not
understand
you,
it.
and it's not the use.
And
This site is not a good site for this. And I said that last time. It's a terrible site, given how small the site is. It has nothing to do with you. I said this last meeting, and I'm going to say it again. There are some types of properties that you just cannot make work. And this might be one of those. So, you know, if you come to a solution, especially, like I said, the queuing, and it was before, and still remains my principal concern, we cannot have a situation where people are lining up on Ronald Street. It cannot happen.
I understand.
So the way it was presented today with that front parking lot, that's the first thing I thought. That people, even if you have one car waiting on Ronald Street, that's unacceptable. Because during the summer, you can make it work. All of the side streets up along Shea have a notorious history of, you know, getting narrower and narrower with each storm. So that becomes problematic if that happens. So I think for me, and again, I'm not speaking for everyone else, that's the biggest hurdle we need to get over. I mean, obviously, you need to handle the specific aspects of our zoning bylaw. Those are unwaivable. Those are requirements. And when I say they're unwaivable in situations where they're not, it's creating a problematic situation. So
I think some of the problem is, or the challenge we're having here is what you just said a couple minutes ago, is that you're looking at it as a very black and white, and it's intangible. Like the flow is intangible. You know, and once you determine it, interesting, like within 6 months, you'll know exactly what the flow is. Unfortunately, you know, it's the cart before the horse in this situation.
And this is a public hearing, so we'll take public comment. If I'll just say, please stick to comments about the plan, not about the applicant. It's not about that. And also, please state your name and address for the record. Appreciate it.
can I add something? Speak to the board, not to the applicant. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, though? Can they speak to the use? Because the use is allowed by right.
Well, it's a public hearing. We'll let them, if we hear the same thing over and over again, we'll get it.
It's a question. I was just asking.
Yep.
My name is Kevin Snow. I live at 54 Ronald Street, right next door to this proposed site. I've been living there for 30 years, and I see site 1 and 2, which looks good, according to you people, not too good, but during the summertime, okay, but during the winter, unbelievable. You will not do it. There is no area to put all this snow up into the snow storage. And if you get snowstorms like we get in New England, the back parking spots, forget about it. Unless you put a dozer up there to take snow out. It ain't gonna happen. I've been cutting that grass right next to it. It's not a big area in the backyard. It's a very, very small area. In the side yard, my property line's right there. I can see that fence and everything coming over to my side of the yard, taking out my shed, taking out my planters and everything else. Because where's the snow go? How big is a plow? 8 feet? 6 feet? There's not that there. That's not there. No way. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else who'd like to speak on the matter? Okay, please come to the podium and name and address, please.
My name is still Paul Agnesi from last time. I live at 273 Teresa Street.
Okay.
About the queuing, I think that's a good point to really focus in on. What concerns me about that is adequate queuing is not provided. We're going to be seeing kids dropped off in the street because parents are not going to wait for parking spots to pull in, drop the kids off, turn around, and then pull out forward. So that's a concern I have. Secondly, it seems to me that we're trying to create a hypothetical situation that will exist consistently. That's not going to happen. Some days it's going to work, some days it's not going to work, and my feeling is that most of the time it's not going to work. So I just want to...
Thank you, Mr. Agnesi. If we can just hold applause for the duration of the hearing, that'd be great. Paula, I did have one question, and maybe we can talk about this after, but it's a procedural question. And I was thinking about it before Mr. Agnesi said that, and then as he was speaking, it was going through my mind. Mm-hmm. I appreciate the applicant's conversation about reducing student size and reducing employee count. Can we condition, in a special permit, I know we can, but in a site plan, can we condition and say she can never have more than 30 children and 4 employees? If we can't, then it's a moot point. So what I'm saying is, if we can't make that condition, we can't allow this parking because there's no way to know that a year from now that remains an enforceable condition. Is that a condition that you think we can make?
It's based upon the parking and all the uses from
So to come down to the number of spaces are going to dictate.
You can look at hours and site plans as well.
Right, I'm familiar with that. I was trying to
Could
think
I
of...
speak to that from my end for a second? From my research and my knowledge of doing this with other programs as well. In order to operate a daycare, you have to have a certificate of inspection as well as a certificate of occupancy. The certificate of occupancy lists the maximum number of children allowed, and the state will not license me for another other than that.
Right, but our CO...
So what Paula is saying is, if I go to say I want to increase my kids, they're going to go back to the parking code again and say you don't have enough spots.
Right, but what I was going to say is the CO isn't necessarily going to take into account the parking code because that's not our department.
I see.
So, like I said, I keep going back to this because we do a lot of special permits.
But I thought it would go off of the building permit. Like the building permit would be tied to the occupancy.
I mean, I suppose we can talk to Mark about making that a condition of the building permit. But my point is, from a procedural standpoint, if there's a concern, and maybe I'll talk to our solicitor about this, if there's a concern that we can't control the number of children or the number of employees, then that becomes problematic. Then there needs to be a control there somehow. Because if you sell this 5 years from now, it's obviously going to be set up as a daycare. Once it's a daycare, it's probably going to stay that way for the foreseeable future, given the way the interior of this building looks. It's being reconfigured almost entirely. The next person needs to know that there are constraints tied to the site plan, which I know historically is a very difficult thing to convey to new buyers.
So a license can't be transferred. A new daycare owner would have to go through the same exact process that I'm going through.
Well, they wouldn't have to go through the site plan again.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. No.
I don't think so.
But,
site plan's tied to the project, not the property owner.
Yeah. So I know. I want to go get back to the public comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking about that. I'll talk to our solicitor. I'll see if I can work that out internally.
Is there anyone else in the physical audience?
My name is Melissa Duslitz. I live at 25 Ronald Street. Just to piggyback off of the queuing in the street, that is a large parking area. My son goes to an in-home daycare in Fitchburg. You can't predict when a child is going to show up, what their schedule is going to be like. If your hours are set from 7 in the morning to 4, 5 in the afternoon, the parents are going to come at any time. This past week, my program, they were full at 8 o'clock in the morning. So unless you're dictating what time the children are allowed to get there for that time of the day, it could be full at 8 o'clock in the morning. Whether it's children and staff, that is something to be figured out with the Department of Early Education and Care. But it also needs to be taken into account her admin time has to be 50% of the time, so she cannot be counted into her staff time. So we need to remember that. I also want to kind of put it in the back of our minds that Peter had said last time that this is looking more as a commercial property and not a family child care center in a residential area. This is a residential area, and that has been her big thing this entire time, that we want it to continue to look like it's a family neighborhood house on Ronald Street in our neighborhood. All of this parking completely takes away the entire landscape of that house. There is no more grass except for that back area, which is a very small playground for the kids to play in now. There will be 0 spots for the children to play in now once the snow comes, and there'll be no area for that snow to go into. So we've taken away a nice, beautiful house and landscape in the neighborhood. So we're putting commercial property in our residential neighborhood. One of the definitions for the Department of Early Education and Care for a family child care center is temporary custody and care provided in a private residence during part or all of the day for no more than 10 children younger than 14. When you go to a small group and school-age child care center, it says any program that receives on a regular basis 10 or fewer. And then a large group in school-age childcare is any program that receives on a regular basis more than 10 children who are unrelated to their caregivers and are younger than 14 or 16 years if such children have special needs during or all or part of their day for non-residential care. So again, that large child care is technically considered commercial, and I would hate to see a commercial property be placed in our awesome residential area. And what we're seeing kind of fits the bill for that commercial property in our awesome residential place. Thank you.
I think just to clarify, and I think I understand what the applicant was saying a second ago, just so everyone knows, the daycare in and of itself, the use itself, is not a point of question. That is beyond the board's control. The other issues, the site issues, are what the board's looking at, just so everyone knows. I just want to be clear what we can control and what we can't control, and the use itself we have no jurisdiction over. So just want to make sure everyone knows that.
I understand. I just wanted to clarify, like, if it was the family where it's under 10 kids.
I certainly understand what you were trying to say. I just want everyone to know kind of, where we're coming from.
Okay. Is there anyone else physically here?
To come to the thing, just because they can't hear you if anyone's virtual.
But when you say that, this whole site plan is being established based on its capacity, correct?
So that's one of the factors that has come into consideration. Yes, the amount of children, the amount of employees.
My feeling is that you really can't say that you don't have jurisdiction over the use.
We don't. Legally, we don't. No, that's a very straightforward thing.
That.
We do not.
But you do need to understand the use of it in order to understand what the capacity requirements are.
Absolutely. So as far as how the site needs to look to make the use work, we do look at. So this is a site plan approval, so we're looking at the site itself.
And the same thing would occur if it was a church or an educational facility that says, I want to put 200 students on 10,000 square feet.
Okay, and I understand
We need to look at, it's like, okay, the use is allowed, but you have to make it appropriate, though. It has to be appropriate for what you have for a site and topography.
Yeah, all right. So if I said, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, we have a church on Pratt Street. There's a church there that has parking. They need adequate parking to operate the church. Those are things you look at. The church itself is exempt. It's not something we look at. That's just what she's saying.
But adequate parking is based on capacity.
Yes. And that's what we're talking about now. Yes.
Right, and so it just kind of misled me when you made the statement that we don't care how it's used. We're only looking at it from a site planning perspective that meets requirements for zoning.
Sure.
But
I suppose I understand what you're saying. If she wants 6 kids there, I suppose she could do it with a very possible change, to very easy change to the site, and could do it more or less by right. Yes, I'm trying to parse everyone's conversations. I apologize, but I'm just saying is the use itself is a use allowed in every zoning district in the city of Fitchburg. That's all I was saying.
The site plan looks at, is it appropriate for the site, in that it doesn't meet logistically, can it accommodate the landscaping, the parking, the traffic flow, the environmental obligations, headlight glare, all the factors that go into what we look at site plan. Like that. Anybody virtually?
No. It's just the panelists now. There's not even any attendees. It's just the board members and staff.
I'd like to clarify.
If you can do it towards us, yes.
Yes, I'd like to clarify. I am not seeking to open a family daycare program. I have never said I'm seeking to open a family daycare program. I am seeking to open a small group childcare, the group childcare license. I have never said that I was looking to open a family daycare. I said I was looking to open a daycare in a more home-like setting. Those are two different things, because I think there's a neighbor that thinks that I was going family daycare. I've done family. That's not what I'm doing here, and I
didn't even know there was a difference, to be honest with you.
There is.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
And there's commentary on EEC regulations regarding my time in the classroom, and I've reduced my capacity, which reduces the amount of time. I have to spend 3 or 4 hours, 3.75 hours in the office. I can spend the rest of my day defined by myself. I have to have 50% of a full-time equivalent, which is 7.5 hours a day. I can be there from 7:30 to 5:30, and as long as I spend 3.75 hours in my office, I am meeting state regulations.
I just want you to know, and I appreciate the clarification of it for them.
Yeah.
I not once have I, nor will I question the paperwork aspect, because that has nothing to do with this board. So,
but it speaks to capacity.
I understand, but what I'm saying is you have requirements that are going to be placed on you by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that have nothing to do with the planning board. So I appreciate if it was clarifying for people in the audience, but for what we're doing,
well,
I don't know
and it
if that
isn't,
matters.
because they're speaking to the staff number, which goes
fine.
back to the parking.
We've taken you at your word for the staff number because you've done your homework. I haven't questioned that, nor do I. So I don't know about the rest of the board, but I haven't heard anyone on the board say they do yet.
Snow storage is in the outdoor area. It is marked on the plan. I know there were some comments about that. And I'm also thinking, as we're talking, there was a conversation about can't set drop-off times. Actually, you can build that into a contract, and that's something I can look at for this project. Because since COVID, there are programs that have set drop-off periods. You can only drop off between this 15 minutes and this 15 minutes, and you can actually set drop-off and pick-up times. I actually have that going on at my child's program since COVID.
I'm not sure how that would work, and it might work, but I can tell you from my experience as a parent, if I were to involve my kids at a daycare and they said I could only drop my kids off at 8:15, I would never go along with that.
But
I mean, I just want to drop my kids off.
But daycare is about relationship building.
Getting back to that issue, and one little point that was brought up by a resident that I want to expand on a little bit, and this goes again to the queuing and the parking situation and the toughness of getting the children in and out of there. I did drop my 2 children off at daycare for about 3 years, and I picked them up. And it was a house where they were watched. There were very few instances where I dropped my children off and didn't go in the house. And at the end of the day, when I picked them up, again, there were very few instances when I didn't go into the home to pick them up. And I can only imagine adults bringing their children to this particular daycare, dropping their kids off and going into the house. That would cause such a bottleneck of anybody trying to access that property. It would really cause a traffic issue on that street. Not that it isn't going to exist if they simply drop them off. But I can envision at least half the parents wanting to go in with their children and making sure they're set.
That's why I think if you have any chance of this working, I think you have to swap the parking lot so that you can queue in that line, park back there, and then that way if anyone's waiting, they're waiting next to the building. This when I say this area where parking space 5 is, which is why parking space 5 would have to go, because you'd have to have 2 lanes of travel there. Yep. You'd have to have one come in, park, and then be able to go out without anyone blocking either way. Again, you still have to research what Paula was mentioning, but that's the only alternative I can see. And again, I still don't know if you do that, if you get rid of parking space 5 and then you lose spaces 3 and 1 because of setback issues from the city code. I don't know if that's sufficient, and if it is, maybe it is. I don't want to speculate. Maybe it is, but I think that that's the only way that it's even got a possibility, and even that, I don't know what that possibility is.
I have a question about the snow storage. So the children won't go out at all in the winter? I know I used to send...
So here's the thing in daycare, and honestly in Fitchburg in daycare, very rarely do you have enough children that bring what they need to go outside and have on their bodies correctly. To be completely honest with you, it's a challenge in daycare to go outside during the winter time. Doesn't mean they won't, but there's this weather chart that tells you there's certain times where you absolutely cannot take children outside because it's not safe, because it's too cold. It goes both ways, either too cold or too hot. So I would say that in a week, like really, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, the snow storage will go there, but I don't know. When there's that much snow, you don't take kids outside anyway because they're hard trudging in them. To have little 3-year-olds, they can't even trudge through 2 feet of snow. And then also your playground, if it's iced over, becomes a safety hazard, and you're not allowed to take the children outside on the playground. So sometimes you can't even use it regardless of snow or not. Even if you just have a small snow cover that has become completely encased in ice now, you can't take your children out there by state regulation for the safety hazards. So that outdoor play area, maybe you get outside 4 or 5 times in a month, to be completely honest with you, if it's a very snowy month, because the kids don't have what they need, or because there's icy conditions on the playground, or, those kinds of things.
I don't think there's anything being said that we can't bring in skids there.
Right, and remove. If that's,
snow removal.
Yeah, you could always take it off site.
Yeah, take it off site.
We do that with site plans occasionally where you have too small an area, so I suppose that's possible. It would have to be disposed of properly, meaning not in the street near our neighbors, but yeah. Yep.
Okay. Anything further from the board members? Okay.
So I suppose...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I suppose, as far as next steps, the question is, so I still have problems with this plan, and according to Paula's notes, it still doesn't meet parts of our city code. So I'd like that to get researched. I also have talked to DPW about the concerns about drainage, and I know you have Hannigan looking at that. I'm a little concerned that it's going to take them a long time to do that. So I don't know what sort of time frame Bill gave. Did he give you a time frame on how long they anticipate that it's going to take them to do?
Not yet.
Yeah, because
I also just don't want to keep pushing you.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Where it doesn't look favorable potentially.
Right, because I'm getting a little stuck. To be honest, I'm honest and professional. I don't mean any disrespect by anything I say to anybody on the board or in the gallery. But when I first came into the planning office, I was told, oh, we should be able to get a waiver for your project. So this has blown me away. I've learned a lot. I understand concerns. I am doing my due diligence to try and address as many of them as possible, including looking at other sites, but I just haven't. I haven't, and I've already invested in this one. So it's kind of where can I draw my line, you know?
Absolutely.
So because at the last planning, we didn't actually even get to the DPW. So I ended up a little stuck and confused because I was spending a lot of time working on the parking, which is what we spent most of our time talking about, and we didn't get to talk about the DPW comments. So that's why I'm now a little behind with the civil engineer, because we didn't really get to that part last meeting.
Sorry if there was miscommunication there. That's we always have a lot of things going on, so I think sometimes we assume that people get those things ahead of time. And so the question is, I think we're more than happy to go to the next meeting. My concern is you're not going to. I mean, I know engineers these days, and it's all of them. I mean, 6 months is a pretty consistent estimate that you're going to talk about for any sort of work?
That, it's about the it's all about the circulation and.
Well, no, I know. No, I'm saying that stuff aside. I'm saying either way, right. At some point we're going to need to make sure that the site has the drainage aspects of it too.
So I did get. They said a timeline is about 8 weeks, but
that was what I was asking. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you meant to.
No. How long for them to get the plans done?
Listen, I'm just a one person here.
I understand. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you an estimate of what you want to do. We can continue it. You have to obviously address the stuff that Paula had mentioned, as well as the queuing concerns, on top of the drainage stuff, which was going to be done anyway. That was right. We just didn't, for whatever reason, we didn't talk about it. I think because everyone got overwhelmed last meeting.
I think so.
You have to understand, this is tough for us too. I mean, it's incumbent on the board to do two things: to worry about the best interest for the city in regards to planning aspects overall, but more importantly, to follow the zoning ordinance, which is so. We walk a very fine line here, and we're trying to.
Here's the aspect It's a major site plan, so we can continue it. You can withdraw it, or we can vote on it the way it is presently. But again, it's a site plan, so you could come back at any time with the site plan. There's no prohibition of coming back again with any other form of a site plan, or you can continue with this one. But again, you can see what direction potentially we're having some issues with. Dramatically, I don't know whether or not, in my mind, I can't even see the site working for the number that's being provided with the traffic flow here.
So there's the option: continue, withdraw, and come back later, or just say this is what you want. This is the site, the only site that works for you in this configuration, and we'll make a vote. And obviously, that vote would be conditioned on, if we did, if there was any sort of affirmative, it would have to be conditioned on future things happening. But like Paul had said, I think you kind of saw what some of the board's comments were.
Right. Yeah. So can I just have a minute?
Yeah. Sure. So the reason, we'll talk for a second. The reason why I brought that up is because if we continue it, we probably should have her sign that form that we had for
That would
Steve.
be correct.
Perfect.
Also,
that's the reason why I brought that up.
Right. We have a member absent today. There might be a member absent next month as well.
Yep. This is a simple majority, though. This is so there's 6 members here today, so you'd need 5 of 6.
But the person's voting on it needs to be present.
Correct. Or Mullen rule, they can watch last month's meeting and they can come back, which we'll have to talk to Amanda about. I know Amanda's familiar with that, though, so.
Can I get one more point of clarification? Sure. I come to you with my plan for the parking, and that addresses some of these safety and queuing concerns that we're talking about. Do I have to have the completed civil engineer stamp to go to vote? Or would that be conditioned to like working with DPW? That's where I've gotten a little confused in this process, to be completely honest with you. Because I'm trying to understand where my parking plan isn't approved yet, but I have to do the drainage. So I was just a little, because I don't know what plan to have them do the drainage for, if that, in my head.
Right, you'd have to get some type of parking plan approved, like scope, looking at.
So that
food
would
first.
happen.
So
So
that
I-
you'd probably do that first before you would then go down your stormwater piece, but then that
So just to be
that would
clear,
extend a well.
you're okay if we get here next month and for whatever reason, let's say for the sake of argument, everything's addressed, it's a, you
Oh, it
know,
would still be continued till it's done, till that piece
Okay.
is addressed.
so she's saying it would be continued until you have the drainage plan. Which I don't disagree with. That's the way we usually do it. The problem is they usually work concurrently. You usually have an engineer that draws the plan. The engineer does, site grades, topos, and drainage as part of the application packet. And these, now we have to meet because you still need that plan being done at some point. It's just a question of, it's a question
Unless
of.
you're doing, I don't even know if it's going to help, like a traffic study and talk about all the queuing and the drop-offs and how it's going to, and to the degree that it would sway the saying that this would meet with 28 children, 28 drop-offs in the morning, and need that the site can accommodate that without queuing on the roadway, on this lot. If you think that's even possible.
I know you guys don't think it is, and I've watched it for years, and I do think it is. I know, and you guys are looking at it black and white from a different perspective.
We've
so.
done this for many years too. So, and then we take both, and this, we are looking to, here's the course, we're looking at business, and we're looking at the neighborhood, and we look to apply the rules, and we want every.
And I'm doing my best to follow.
And we appreciate that, and we understand you're doing your homework.
Yeah.
So, and we do appreciate that.
You must know, out of curiosity.
I had a landscaping plan on my plan.
Nice. And so the plan itself, as far as I think buffers and landscaping and the trees, I don't have a problem with, aside from what Paul was talking about, the front setback that's required from code. I think the plan itself looks good. It's just, like I said, the problem is, and we've run into this problem before. The problem is when we have a plan, especially when we're doing a site plan, we're approving a site plan, we need an engineer to do the site plan. It just has to be that way. Because engineering always is going to require drainage and topography and site conditions, and that's just what happens. That's just, so you eventually get to the point where you need that plan. Now, like I said, I think I was under the assumption that plan was in the works, and
It wasn't.
yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's just I don't want to slow you down, but
There's also showing of like site circulation, and again, of the queuing and how all that would work for the traffic aspect. But I'm not okay with the plan. I mean, like Paul said, he's fine with the land. It's like, I don't see it all fitting here for the volume.
Oh, I was just talking about the landscaping. We were talking about the landscaping plan. I agree with the queuing issues that we talked about and that I brought up.
And it's a lot of pavement for the site, but how the actual, pedestrians and the drop-offs, and it should be done in a very systematic manner. Typically, like a drop-off, you go around something, you're not backing up something. If you're going into a larger parking lot to then clearly be able to, but then, walk safely to where you need to.
Well, I considered a plan that looped around the whole back of the building, but that puts the play area out front, which I don't know that the neighbors would love. So I really have considered a lot of things and tried.
That's true,
so,
too.
I'm trying.
So I guess, what was the applicant be looking for, and then what would the board be looking at? What's your...
So I'll probably continue at this point.
You'd like to continue? So if that's the case...
Do you want me to make a motion? Or do you just want to unilaterally continue it?
Good to continue it. Does the board would accept the continuance, or does the board want to vote?
I'll make a motion to continue it. Might as well just be
I
consistent.
want to ask the rest of the board, though.
Okay, that's fine. I was doing it via vote, but whatever you want.
Yes, just put that out there. Alex and Alin?
I'm okay with a continuance.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
All right, just one check on the...
Okay.
Okay, all right. So the majority of the board is okay with the continuance. In that matter, we do have a document for you to sign to allow for the extension of the continuance.
Okay.
And so that would be, you made that in form of a motion to continue
I already put that in the form of a motion.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Here's a second behind Tracy. Thank you, Alex. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed.
Aye.
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 The one suggestion I have, just so you don't waste your time and we can tell the neighbors here, if you don't think you're going to have everything together ready by 2 weeks before the next meeting, just let Chantel know and we'll bump it to August.
'Cause we can do that now too and just continue it to August instead of the end of July.
I worry that, and it's nothing against Hannigan, I just know that those things are, it's tough to get them done in a short period of time. We waited, and Bill will tell you, we did one on East Street, we waited, I think, 5 months for it. So, the concern is that it's going to take many months.
Yeah,
So
no,
just-
when I talked to the assistant today, she said 1 to 2 weeks to draw up the contract, and then it's an 8-week timeline.
Yeah, so you probably want August
So
at
we'll do
best
August.
anyway.
We'll do
So if you want to do August now, and then the second week of August, you can let us know if they're on track, because we needed enough time to, because especially the drainage report, because we don't know we can't read it, so we need our engineering department to review it, read it, so we need at least 2 weeks before the meeting.
Well, it's okay to be communicating with them at the same time.
Yeah, you can let us know
Yeah.
2 weeks before August. If it's not ready, we'll...
No, I mean, I would imagine that my engineer would talk with Jeff at the city office. And
I would hope they would.
that would
It
be-
smooths things out if they
When
do.
I talked with him, he said that was...
We do a lot of work with them.
That's what he had said.
They're pretty familiar with our process, so hopefully
Let's look to amend that motion to our August.
I'll amend it.
Motion's been amended to continue to our August meeting date. Is there a second to that? Second. It's a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, well, all those in favor say aye first.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? None. Okay.
Thank you. And yeah, just keep in touch with the planning department about changes.
Ask something of the board. Can we set a time for the extension? Because the site plan.
Yeah, that's what she's going to sign that. Just fill it out.
Well, no, but you didn't designate like a time. Like the last one was 90 days. Are we going to keep
So
with
just
that?
do our August meeting. Just put our August meeting date on that.
As the extension?
Yeah, because we'll have to make either continue at our next,
Right.
not our next meeting, our August meeting. We'll either have to continue it or vote on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're extending to our August
Okay.
meeting.
Yep. Thank you.
And I'll just say our August meeting, I'm going to talk about later on about the date, because it's like an extra week in August.
Thank you, guys. And just make sure you sign that before you leave. Okay.
Next. Right.
No.
Mike, what are you here for?
I will talk to Chantel about it. I'm not sure why not.
What are you here for?
I just wanted to get on July's agenda.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to speak tonight. Sorry.
I just wanted to see if Chantel will be back in a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
You can come up to the table.
Just going to wait 1 second just for them to come in. But while we're waiting, I assume you just want the floor plan up on the overhead?
Yeah.
Did you bring anything?
Sheet A11, pardon me?
Did you bring any architecture or, what the site looks like at this point?
Did I bring any architecture? What the
Well, what the render, like, all we have is just a floor plan. There's nothing, we don't
No,
have any.
you have a drawing like this.
Perfect. Let me see if I can find
Not in
that.
our packet.
I emailed it to.
Oh.
Hold on, let me see if, it might be in there.
I didn't see it.
It might be in there. Let me go through these one by one.
I'm looking, I was looking, because you showed, I've seen it earlier.
We can always hold that up too, or pass it around if we have to. Yeah, all we have is the proposed, the one we had before.
Oh, yeah, that was all,
Okay,
that was emailed to,
all right. Yeah, Chantel just must not have uploaded it, that's fine.
Okay.
or maybe Chantel knows where it is.
Yeah, right.
She's gonna be back.
Yep. We're gonna wait for her to come back anyway. She'll be back in a minute. She's just getting that document signed.
In the meantime, I can just give this to you so you can
All right.
Yeah.
pass it around.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Bill. Paula. 3.
Ah.
Before and after.
Okay.
And so this is the entrances.
We're going to open the hearing.
Oh, yeah. You got nothing better to do? Thank you. How you doing?
Ask for Chantel. Change the screen there too.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I actually, I'm looking at a different thing.
Our next item this evening is a special permit and site plan review hearing. Chris Bacon Properties LLC, 325 to 327 Main Street for a multifamily proposal, first floor residential in the IB zoning district. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bill Oregon with Oregon Architects. That is an old plan.
Yeah, so Chantel, Bill had said he emailed you the proposed, he gave us the paper. Do you know where that exists right now? It's not in the agenda center.
If he sent it through, did you send it through OpenGov or by email?
By email to you.
You did, okay. I might have missed it, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have access to your email? Can you email it to me?
I wish I did.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
I've been struggling to get
Our
it.
other board members have to see it too.
Yeah, all right. So let me do this. Let me do what I did before. Let me take a picture of it and I can put it up on the... I'll tell you what, I'll do this.
So
It'll come out good this way.
So I'll just, upon review, and I'm just going to mention this so it'll go into the record too. We have, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a total of 7 units. You're proposing 3 units on the first.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're proposing, there's already existing units on the second floor.
Yeah.
Right. So there's 4 2-bedroom units on the second floor. Second and third floor. Yep, between the two. And on the first floor, you're proposing 3 1-bedroom units.
Studios.
So the total comes to, it's 1.5 parking spaces for the 2-bedroom units and 1 space for the studio. So it comes to a total of 9. So that would just, so we'll just be asking this evening about where the parking can be within 800 feet of your building, where you would be accommodating the 9. We also have, you're here for a special permit under 18179, which is residential uses in the IB district on the first floor. So do that. And you're also here for multifamily and seeking waivers for 1817433. One for the lot density, as well as 1817433 for the 50-foot buffer. Just want to.
So Bill, I'll start with that, which is your new proposed.
Yeah. And so that was also in my description that I sent along with this updated plan. So what I will talk about this elevation. This is the proposed elevation. So everything on the second and third floor are existing. Like we were saying, there on the second floor there are two-bedroom apartments, and the third floor there are two-bedroom apartments. Those are not changing at all. The fenestration is going to stay the same on the second and third floor, and fenestration then on the first floor. What we're doing is all of the places where we're showing new glass has been bricked up in the past through old renovations or whatever they were doing with the building. They didn't see need for having.
This is what it looks like right now.
So some of it's wood, some of it's brick. And so our plan is to remove that and now put in new glass. And then entrances into the new studio apartments.
And I see from when we talked last, you added a door to the third unit, because before that was from the back.
Yeah, I would still have the one in the back, but I figured out a way that we can probably do it this way. I really wanted it all on Blossom Street. And it just makes sense to do it that way. Along with the new doors, new entrances, we're going to have wall sconces that will light the entrance area, because right now it can be fairly dark over there because there's no real street lighting along that side of the road. So I wanted something there for safety, and also, here's my entrance.
That's what these are right here, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so there's 3.
They may be more decorative when we go in there, but I mean, I just wanted to have something to show you where the plan was for each one of those wall sconces.
Yep.
And along with the new apartments, we are maintaining the commercial space in the front, which is about 1,000 square feet.
I'll pull up the.
And so, so that plan is a little. Let me see.
So there's your business
this is
space.
the new plan.
Yeah, this is your new plan. I took a picture of it. I had to take it at an angle so you didn't get my camera in it, but this is the business space in the front. Studio 1, Studio 2, Studio 3, and these are the 3 the windows here, door, and then there's look like windows above this door and to the right.
That's
of
correct.
It.
Yeah. And so then in the commercial space, we have a new handicap toilet area.
Oh yeah.
And then for the residents, we carved out an area for a laundry, which we already have, but we're moving it to this location. And then, trash receptors. So,
out of curiosity, how does trash work for a building this? Because it won't be waste management, it won't be a city collector that does it at the street. Is it going to be wheeled out to the street and someone
wheeled out to the street and wheeled back in.
So private collector that you guys hire to do it? Yeah. Okay.
That was going to be one of my questions. Are you going to be using the city recycling barrels and trash barrels?
Probably not.
I think you can only do up to 3 families, I thought.
Well,
but,
I think they will give you 4. They won't give you 7. But they'll give you 4.
Oh, really? I thought once you were over a certain number, I shouldn't even say.
Too.
Yeah.
Well, the question
I
is,
thought the same thing, that once you got to a certain
Multifamily,
point,
yeah.
that it's all or nothing.
I was under the impression that when you
we
went
just
to
don't,
large
then it comes down to where would they be stored?
Well, they're right there. That's the trash room. Right here.
With the laundry.
There's laundry. Here, the receptacles are right here.
Okay.
So they can
Interior.
be wheeled.
Yep.
They can be wheeled right out the front door of the residence and be, picked up at that point.
Okay.
Will the trash barrels be placed on Main Street, or will they be placed on Blossom
You
Street?
would have the service.
Probably will not be on Blossom because they would probably roll down into Main Street.
I come down that hill a lot, and I see trash barrels from your building, kind of by those mailboxes on the corner. And that's relatively flat there.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's picked up now.
You talking about back here? The picture next to the stop sign?
Way in the front.
Oh, yeah, that's what they're talking about, because they have the entrance, the where they're going to wheel them out is on the far left side of the building.
But you have a trash service that comes.
Currently?
Yes.
Probably currently with the city because you got that threshold.
Oh, but you're wheeling them out right out on Main Street on the corner. And I would say that we don't want to have them rolled out on Main Street on the corner.
So with a private company, they can come and pick that up.
Yes, exactly. So we go from your trash room right to the trash truck that's coming to get them.
That's right.
Yes.
So the potential then would be, 7 residential units and a commercial. So you could possibly have 14 barrels lining the road if you're using the city.
Right.
Which,
So we're just going to keep that to our private trash removal.
that's correct.
So we're talking a dumpster,
No.
No.
Just bins.
a bin?
The bins.
No, just
See the
wheel,
road?
just like what the city uses.
Okay.
Like a little 2-wheel bin like that.
So how many would you be putting out on a regular trash day?
Well, I think what we were just talking about is
It won't
the trash truck comes, they go in, they get them, they wheel them out, they bring them back.
There's no putting them out.
Which is,
They wouldn't be there
That's
sitting on
No, that's good.
the
Yeah.
sidewalk for 10 hours.
Yeah, that's a prominent corner.
Yeah, and it's also, there's
Isn't there a loading area right
a
there?
loading area right there. I think it's a bus stop too. So that wouldn't be too attractive.
Yeah. That's, as long as you're fine with that, that would just be my suggestion is we make it a permanent condition that either you or a private collector or a property manager or whatever orchestrate that when the truck comes, you wheel them out or they bring them out and then you bring them right back in. That makes it nice and easy. That way you don't have, 6 bins or 8 bins or whatever
No
right on
trash receptacles.
right on Main
sidewalk.
Street. It's a problem that we're realizing now with a lot of these multis that if they don't do in building, if they don't have someone physically come into the building to take stuff out, then we need to find a way that it's not out there for 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever. Especially because then we run into handicap accessibility issues. So anyway,
So, and you moved there's a central laundry, or each one has its own laundry?
that was a central laundry.
Central laundry. Okay, and
It's right here. So the way this works, Bill, just explain it to me. This stair, you go downstairs, you go to the back of the building over to this side, and that's how these units can get to this laundry area?
No, it would be from the outside of the building.
Okay.
Yeah,
But unit, like,
Well, I mean,
like Studio 3, for instance, could take the
could do
stair
that.
down and go to the front of the building.
around.
Yeah. So 1 and 2 would walk around, but 3 theoretically could go under to get to that.
that's correct.
Okay.
And the same thing then with the commercial use. They would have to go out around the building and go inside.
You're anticipating they're going to use that space for their
I
trash
would
too?
think so.
That's fine. Just curious.
Yeah, because, odors and stuff, that it's better to keep it in one location where you can ventilate it.
Yep, no problem.
all right. Any storage for any of the residential units? Do you have storage availability at all in the building, or is it just within the units themselves? Do you have any bike storage?
Well, we have a full basement, but we've never really talked about having separate storage for the units.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I guess we could. But I find that generally the tenants, what they have in the unit is done, for them. Would you prefer a storage in the basement or something like that?
We do ask the question about additional storage as well as, particularly when it's a studio, it's like where do you put anything? Scenarios, but we also are encouraging other modes of transportation, so we want to see where people can put, tuck their bike
Bicycles,
away.
Yeah, in the basement.
Is the basement usable? Is it a decent basement?
Yeah. And it's accessible. It's right there, right at the laundry. So the front stair, when you come in the building, in the lobby, you either go up or you can come around and then go down to the basement.
That's certainly something to consider. Additional storage for tenants is always a great thing.
Yeah.
Individual, bin type things or whatever. But that would be a feature that I would look for if I were renting a studio.
Yeah. I can have one per easily, so.
Okay.
I've done that before, so it's easy to do that. And we could put a little bike rack up too, in that basement area. So.
Oh, yeah. Correct.
And we talked about parking, so the 9 spaces that can be off-site will be it's been arranged, or there's enough room on the Mill Street parking lot, which is 400 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And there's enough room for 9 spaces.
Okay.
Then we're talking about the 50-foot separation. We are looking for that waiver because right now, all the
Right.
buildings are
Next to each
right
other.
up to the lot line.
So,
That's a technicality. That's a layup.
for your existing tenants, how many have cars now? Any vehicles?
Probably about one per unit, I'd imagine.
It's like, and it's, are they parking at Mill Street?
I don't know, actually. I'm asking.
Okay.
Can you do what? I'm sorry.
I would just like where the existing tenants are parking, like how many actually do have cars and where are they parking at this point in time?
Yeah, it could be a grocery, I guess. I just started asking where they were working.
Some of these questions for us do have more curiosity.
Yeah, no.
We have to keep asking these questions to
about
get answers.
where are you
To Start
parking?
figuring out where people want to park. And I would assume it's Mill Street because it's a very easy parking garage to use.
Yeah.
I can get one on the line right now.
Yeah.
It's
Because they shouldn't be parking on the, I'll think of it, Crescent, right in the corner. That tight.
the Crescent site where the new buildings are.
No, right on the street. Be parking on the
yeah,
street.
yeah. End of Pleasant Street.
Yeah, right here. Up
You
here-
can't
up here on the
park.
left.
You can't park there anyway.
Right here on the,
There's no parking.
What?
yeah, right here on the left, like go up to the building and you take a left.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. So anyway.
But if you're curious after, I can do a little survey and figure out how many per where they're parking.
Yeah, I'm curious if they, I'm particularly curious if they, if people try and park like the lower Mount Vernon or something like that, because I would venture a guess they want to park as close as they can. Be curious to see where they actually
The
park.
Santander parking lot.
Yeah, yeah. Which very soon might not be available, so. Yep.
So in regards, anything about the windows that are on the Blossom Street side, or because they're looking, you mentioned like double hung, any type of frosting or anything like that, or security or
we
the
talked
doors?
about frosting, and I
What do you
really don't want to put frosting or two-way glass. They're going to be units that are on the smaller side anyway. If I know that if I was in there, I would like to be able to look out of my windows. So I think just blinds of all the same size, same size and type.
Okay.
That will be provided, for each unit. So I'll probably have white blinds behind.
Could specify that.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like, one person's hanging a towel, the other person's like
So that's what I was
there,
going to
and
say.
you're
I
like,
appreciate the fact that you guys
right on
say
the
keep it
visible
uniform.
corner.
Yeah.
And I think that will make it a permanent condition that you control because that's the only thing we're going to control in this is how those windows look. So just, like Paula said, you don't want, someone has a beach towel up and someone else has, a box fan there and whatever, so.
It's easy enough. I can put that in Lisa addendum.
Do you have AC?
What?
Is AC planned for the units?
Are they going to be mini splits that are going to control the heating and cooling?
What do you think, Zoe?
I'm just thinking of that, because I don't want to see an AC unit hanging out the window.
Well, I want to do window units though, because it's
No.
but-
First thing is mini splits do not provide fresh air.
Yeah.
We have to provide fresh air.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's not enough window area. I don't believe there's enough window area to get ventilation. And I don't like that anyway, because in the winter, who opens their windows really wide to get the proper ventilation?
Right.
So we're going to have a,
So
fresh
some sort of air exchanger or something,
Yeah.
so like a warm air system.
Something like that.
So is there an expectation? It seems like pretty far stretch that there wouldn't be cooling, because then you would need a condenser unit on the roof. That seems like a long way away to have cooling.
We have 4 of them now, 5 there now.
Right, but now you'd have to run it all the way down 2.5 flights. Is that something?
I'm just saying, I don't.
I've gone 6 stories.
That's where we're going with.
Just want no AC units in the windows, or or AC units, on the side of the building on the Blossom Street side.
Yeah.
No, there won't be any window units or anything like that.
Like what
no.
you see right there is what.
And you have no room for condensers
And that's what
outside.
you're gonna see.
You have no room for condensers outside anyway, other than the roof.
It'll be
So-
the roof, if anything.
I was thinking the same thing as Paula. It's just the condition would be, those windows.
And the facade.
Yeah, you're not going to have window AC units or anything in those windows.
No.
Actually, the funny thing is when I bought the building, I knew that there was cooling in each unit, but I noticed there were a couple window units, and I guess the last owner just never fixed it after 2 years of requests. So now there's no condensers in the windows anymore because we fixed that and got it all working. So we like to make things work in the buildings. So
Good. That's good to hear.
And then, just anecdotally, there was some graffiti on the opposite side of the building, on the 3rd floor. You're going to be taking care of that.
yeah.
Any board members have any questions? I'm going to open up.
One thing that concerns me a little bit about the building is if those 3 tenants in the studios do have cars for some reason, and they're going to go shopping, let's say they're going to go get some groceries, they're probably going to want to pull right up on Blossom Street and then unload those groceries rather than parking in the parking garage and carry them to their apartments.
Don't we have the same problem now?
Yeah.
Don't we have the same problem now with the 4 apartments above?
Do you?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I'm not sure. But that area of Blossom Street is certainly congested enough without someone trying to pull over and unload groceries. So
There is a loading zone right in front of the building.
that would be, definitely better.
Well, yeah, that's what I would use if I
Yeah,
was.
I'd imagine they mostly park on Main and just bring it in that way.
Yeah, and that might be a good condition to put in, that any deliveries or unloading of groceries, cannot be done on Blossom Street or Crescent Street, but at the loading zone in front of the building.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. No loading, unloading off Blossom.
Yeah.
That's fine. That intersection is a nightmare to begin with, so. I floated the idea a few times to a few different people about getting rid of that left turn there, and I got some very angry people that live in the Blossom area say that they didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who make left-hand turns there.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest issues we have with our new Main Street design,
Well, I
is
like-
people that block that intersection.
I like the door. I like the added feature of the lighting, too.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm happy with it. I'm
So,
good.
is there any public comment? Is there anyone virtual?
I don't think there is anyone, but let me check.
No.
No, there's no attendees, all panelists.
Okay. And is there anyone physically here like to speak on the matter? No? Okay.
This is 325, 327 Main Street, also known
Yes,
as the
for a multi-
Drury Building.
Yes. For addition of 3 units to the existing 4 for multifamily, as well as a special permit for residential use on the first floor in the IB district, and looking for waivers for the lot density and the 50-foot buffer.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second that motion.
Motion's been made with a second to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Alex. None opposed. Discussion.
I'm good. I'm ready to vote on it when you are.
And we have any, of course, we should check on any DPW comments, any feedback. I think there
Yeah.
were some comments. It was just about utility connections. Well,
Is the building sprinkled?
Yeah.
And is that going to be carried down to the studios?
It's sprinkled now.
Yeah.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
and one question I did forget to ask: what would be the timeline for construction?
I presume there's it's probably a period of time. How does the process work? I presume we need more other drawings and engineering.
Yeah, we have to, I have to give the, building department
all the
construction drawings.
Yeah, construction drawings there. So I don't know, probably 6 months or something.
Okay.
So were you asking because of the timeline? You wanna
I
say
just wanted to
a
make
year?
sure we timeline, so at least a year or 2 years within the time frame. Yeah. You're
I mean,
planning on
I
doing
don't-
it within the next year.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. And I don't
Sooner the better.
Yes.
You're right, you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Make,
So we have it for discussion. Anybody? So we were talking about conditions of, let's see. He was going to add some storage units in the basement, 1 per unit, adding a bike rack. He was going to provide 9 spacings for parking on the Mill Street parking lot. The windows on the Blossom Street side, particularly on the first floor, are going to have keep a uniformity of the blinds and window coverings, all to be uniform, maintained. Going to remove the graffiti. No parking on Blossom. Use
No
the
loading or
existing
unloading.
and then use the existing loading zone on the front of the building. And let's see.
trash bins to be
Private
picked up
trash.
privately and to be brought out when the truck arrives.
Yep, no trash receptacles on the sidewalk.
Yep. No AC units in the windows, no loading and unloading on Blossom. That's
Right.
I had everything else fine.
Some windows.
So I was just told, I'm sure you guys saw this, but DPW just sent me a note about their comments were here. Applicants should be aware that if any excavation, did you see this stuff?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So, you're familiar. Most of it's just let the engineering department know if you do anything within the right of way. About off-street parking, which is that's part of our approval process. So that's fine. Contractor shall notify DigSafe if you're doing any work. Applicant shall contact the water division to ensure that everything's updated and the water service is adequate. You can read the rest of them. We'll just condition it on satisfaction of these things. I think most of them are standard conditions.
And probably the one that's going to affect the most, and I don't know if we're going to have to take we will have to take a look at this. Any storm water that's coming from the roof, we have to make sure that it's separate. It doesn't go out into the into the sewer system. And I don't know if that's been divided or if it may do that right now, be divided.
Yep.
So
Okay.
we have to look into that.
Yep.
And to be clear, too, we are obligated to and provide those 9 spaces, making sure they can find 9 spaces, whether it's Mill Street or any other parking garage or area for parking.
Are those spaces over in that garage, are they rented? Or are they free parking?
Oh, well, they're rented. There is free parking, but don't get me into this, but here it's 2-hour limit. Believe it or not.
The bottom floor is rented, right?
I mean, if you rent it like I do, the lower deck is $40 a month and the upper deck is $30 a month.
Right.
So what we've been doing with most of these projects is we'll just require you to have the minimum number of spaces set aside. Whether you charge your tenants that or you pay for that, that's up to you to decide. But that way, like we talked about, it's not a problem now, but in 10 years, if all these end up going and going and going, then, we have to have spaces for everyone. So while we're doing these, we just need to make sure there's adequate spaces for people. So just whatever you need to do to have lease agreements or just keep them up, I guess. I don't know if they even do long-term agreements. You might just have to just pay the fees to make sure you have them.
Yeah, I guess it's long-term as long as you keep on paying the monthly fee.
Right, yeah.
So just incumbent upon you to check on availability to make sure that you can always provide for
Oh, we already did.
something like that. Yep.
And there's plenty of room.
Okay. Yep.
And will the tenants be paying that $40 a month, or will you be paying that?
Yeah, I would probably put that as an additional. I'd probably assume I'd add that to the rent as whether it's inclusive, it'll be more for the rent with it, or a separate charge, it'll be a little less for the rent and then less the spot.
A lot of amenity.
Yeah, to be clear, no on-street parking, right, in your agreements.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put all that in the form of a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's made with a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say oppose, and I'll take roll call. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Good luck with everything. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Oh, if you want this copy, Bill, I don't know if you want to take it.
Sure, I'll take it.
We have other business this evening. We have a proposed modification of a special permit 2021-12 for Zero Beach Street, proposed revision to site plans from utilities being underground to poles. And I'll mention this as being underneath other business. There's no determination being made if this, because this would, if it's looking to be that an amendment to the permit would be necessary, then it would have to be brought forward as under a hearing for modification. But so this is just to hear the request, get some feedback.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
We running with the Unitil back and forth on that.
I might have missed it.
The
I'm
problem
sorry.
we have right now is with material supplies. You mentioned, we talked earlier today on the EV industry and how it's taking a lot of spaces and everything. So what we're seeing right now in the electric supply chain is that we can't get transformers and meters. I have other properties that under construction. As you know, like 50 Frankfurt, for example, we orders all the meter banks. It was 10 months ago, and every month it just keep telling me the next month we're going to get it. So a lot of building in the industry are standing and ready, but you can't get electric materials. And my concern is with this project that I don't want to be, standing with the house ready in a year and a half.
Just do me a favor, that microphone, just turn it face the other way. Yeah, I think you're getting feedback from that microphone. Go ahead. You're good.
So my concern is that I don't want to
Sorry. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's something else. Sorry. Continue.
So I'm just concerned that I don't want to be in the same situation that waiting for materials for the supply chain.
So how does having poles make it that you won't be waiting for other electric materials?
So those, the problem that Mittel has is transformers.
Yeah.
And the transformer that they have on the poles, it's something that they have on the shelf.
Yeah.
And getting the underground transformers, I spoke with the representative. He said he's guessing it's for now it's like a year wait to get those. Mm-hmm. So that's my concern, and he suggested that we do those overhead wiring to solve that. It's not really my decision, and it's not like I can't. Unitil is a strong company that's independent, and I can't really.
I'm sorry, this is Lynn. I can't hear anything that he's saying.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe the other mic?
Yeah, you can try. Or try and stand up maybe, because I don't think we have problems with the other microphone.
All right.
Thank you for saying something on that.
Lynn, can you hear me now?
Oh, that's
yes,
better.
now I can hear you.
All right. So I repeat what I said before. Unitil has their own rules and regulation regarding what we can do and can't do with how we can hook up the electricity to the units, and they're really strict about what we can do. So putting orders that I'm going to do right now, once everything is approved, I can order what we need. Hopefully we'll get it in a year from now or less. But transformer for the underground is more of a problem. It's not me supplying it, it's not me ordering it, it's Unitil. So I'm like standing between trying to figure out what to do with that. That's why the Unitil suggests that I'll come and ask for a permit to do overhead wiring.
So can I ask you? So I have an issue. I have a pretty big issue, especially in the Cleveland area, of new poles for a subdivision, because that's not something we usually do. Matter of fact, I think if you asked anyone in the city, they would tell you, we wish all electric was underground.
Me too.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. The first thing that came to my mind, and it was floated by someone else that I had talked to, was, can you do all the conduit for your runs for underground electrical and do temporary above ground poles? And then when you get the equipment in, you install the underground lines and take away the poles?
I don't know to answer that question.
That's the only way I will consider, me personally, would consider you doing above ground poles, if they're temporary, and if they're not there for more than 24 months.
I can't commit to dates. This is my problem, because
I understand. If you show, if it's 24 months go by and you show us that something's still on back order, and I doubt it's going to be on back order 2 years from now. But if it is, then you come back to us and you show us it's going to be another 6 months, and then we'll talk. But again, I think the only way this is palatable to me is if it's an interim, like you need to get these units built and rented or sold or whatever I don't know what you're doing. You're selling them. Yeah. You need to get these units built and sold. It's going to be easier for your marketing too. You say, listen, those poles are temporary. They're going away.
I'm with you 100%, but I'm working in front of Unitil.
But Paul, he's not the only developer running into this problem.
Yeah.
So that's the other aspect too. Anybody after was going to do any sort of
there's projects that are standing ready to rent, like to sell to rent, and they don't have power. Like, I spoke with colleagues that working all over the US right now. Everybody's like running, there's a black market for meters, banks, and transformer. Like, because nobody can get them.
Yeah. So again, I think that it makes sense to look at whether you can do what you need to do, and with the understanding that, I mean, even if it's 5 years, even if we know that this project will eventually be underground electric.
Yeah, I don't think so, because, well, they're looking to be sold. It's going to be an association. It has to be on the developer to get it done while he owns it.
Yeah, but it's right.
Not
But there's
part
going
of
to be
any
association.
No, not a responsibility association to do it after. Has to be done.
So make it the developer's responsibility. How's that a problem? I don't get how that's a problem.
I guess I'm generally not in favor of it.
So you're okay with doing polls there?
No, I'm not in favor of doing polls.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of doing polls. I do not want to see polls. I do not want polls left for a long period of time to then be left to somebody else, because they still can't get something after 24 months.
I misunderstood.
And then the condominium association takes over, and then
I get it.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that you were okay with the polls and didn't like my suggestion.
But I don't see this as also being unique.
Right. I agree with you 100%. If it comes down to it that there is no alternative, then you're waiting, because I do not want polls there. If I was trying to offer a solution to the problem, but I get what you're saying, that's why there would be a time constraint, and we would also make sure that he couldn't do it after a certain number of units are sold, so that there still is the developer is still ultimately responsible or we do a reclamation bond. We have him post a bond for removal of the poles and installation of the underground wires. Again, I'm just trying to think of a way around this so he can start building. That's all I'm doing. But I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I talked to the ward, I called the Ward 2 councilor before. I haven't yet talked to him because we were playing phone tag. I don't think it's a stretch for me to say that he would be against this too, but I will reserve that because he has a big issue with utility poles. But I do plan to talk to him as well, especially if this comes to a public hearing, meaning if you want this to progress, we have to actually modify the permit and we have to have this conversation separately. But what I think you'll have to do is, figure out if it's going to be worth your time to even come back, because I can tell you, I agree with Paul wholeheartedly. I'm not.
No, I understand your
staying there.
I understand. This is just a situation that I'm trying to see what.
I appreciate you bringing this up because the supply chain issues are all over the place.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's a problem. That's a terrible
interfering
problem
and crushing with the need for housing.
Some other electric company are more flexible. Will give you run instead of the all wiring together, will give you to split the wires, run to the houses. Unfortunately, in this case, Unitil are not willing to move an inch with that. This is the discussion I had today with the representative. All right. There's another issue that, can I bring up the wall now and see if we need to bring it to the board?
The what? I'm sorry.
The retaining wall.
Oh, the retaining wall. Yeah, if you want to
You're
talk.
here.
Yeah. Okay.
Mention what you want to
So on the right, you can see the long retaining wall that we have on the original plan. The only thing I'm bringing it up now because my engineer and everybody I spoke with says it's just a construction change. It's not need to be brought in front of the planning board. So I just want to see if you would like to see if there's any changes for you or not. We have, after we clearing the land over there, and this wall is very, very close to that property. It's just in their porch.
Which one? To the...
Yeah, exactly that one.
So I'm pointing where the building is on the bottom right, south of Napoleon Street. So I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Oh, down there. Okay.
Yes, the wall's right here. It's right against the property line.
Okay.
Right. And the elevation that was on the original plan was not showing it right. We thought it's like 8 to 10 feet different. It's basically a 12 feet different. And it's, this is there's a 3-deckers there. And that wall is like all the way, almost in front of those guys' windows.
How tall is that wall?
Right now, there's no wall.
No. How tall is the proposed wall, do you know?
8 feet.
Okay.
We thought it's going to be 8 feet. The engineer thought it was 8 feet, but now there's a big slope over there. It's looked like more like between 12 to 14
12
feet.
to 14.
So you're just talking about, it's going to be in the same spot, but it's going to be higher?
No. So what our proposal is to do is to move it. We already spoke with DPW and Jeff about it, how we, making that everything work on the plan with the storm drain and everything. And the solution that we have is moving that wall 10 feet backward to the left.
You mean close to that parking area?
Yes.
So basically, you're just moving it away from that three-family?
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, the location, yes, you should show it on a plan. But
Yes.
The location, it's just, it would, I would say just show it on the plan to show that it works, but aside from that, I don't think it matters to the board, right?
I don't know that that's kind of whether or not that's worthy of a modification on that per se. Is DPW have any recommendations on that?
Yeah, he gave my engineer.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Jeff, do you have anything to add to that?
Like to see an amended site plan?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so the engineer, Justin LeClaire from McCarty, reached out to me. We discussed it. I told him, I mean, in theory, it's what he was describing to me, how they wanted to relocate the wall, that it would shorten that slope, which meant the wall would be, and that's the same thing that Justin and I came to the agreement on, that the wall would actually have to be taller because it's going to be pushed further back into the sloped area, but it would be set, by setting the wall closer to the condos and away from the property line, it would actually give them more of a buffer in that property line, from the abutter's property line, and allow the contractor to effectively dig without disturbing that side of the property. So I told him, as long as the engineer, as McCarty said, provided the plan to say that it would be good and everything would be all set, I didn't see a problem with it. But I didn't know if that's the comment that I brought up to him was if this was something that they should bring to you guys to show.
I mean, quite honestly, if you're good with it, I don't really care. But it's up to,
okay.
I mean, it's really up to you. It's definitely minor. Either way, it's minor.
Right.
Whether it comes back to us minor or we just, if you're good with it and,
Okay with putting it in the as-built. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what the engineer said, that it will be something to that. It doesn't seem like.
I mean, as long as you're okay with our engineers, it's such a fine-tuned detail that between the two engineers, the private engineer and the city engineer and DPW staff, I mean, as long as you guys are fine with it, it's not something our board would get caught up in anyway, even if it was part of the original approval. Right?
Well, it's making the height of the wall taller, whether or not there's any interest of the abutter, but it's pushing it away.
And there'll certainly have to be fencing on the top of that wall if it's 12 feet high.
Yeah, there is a fence all
I would assume there was, even at 8 feet, there have to be.
Yeah.
Code would require it anyway, so.
Do you think, any board member have any thoughts on the matter?
Well, I would agree with the vice chair and the chair on this also. I mean, the board, this isn't the first time we've seen this plan. This has been here many times.
Correct.
And we've spent a lot of time on this, and there's been many revisions. And what it boiled down to is it's going to be a great-looking development.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing we want to see in a great-looking development is utility poles. So
I'm absolutely with you. I need to sell those units.
Right. So whatever has to be done to eliminate the utility poles, it's going to have to be done.
Okay.
And I like the vice chair's suggestion of roughing in everything, and maybe they can be put in at a later date, maybe making the utility poles, not permanent. But I agree with you wholeheartedly that we're not going to put a beautiful development up and then you have utility poles.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially, like I said, it's such a dense neighborhood, too.
it's actually
adding more poles, adding more stuff.
It's actually putting.
I trying to work with Unitil, so I told them I do what they asked me to do. They asked me to see if we can do that.
We appreciate you taking the efforts to do it.
I would also say, you've been involved in a few projects in the city. It probably would behoove you to reach out to our state rep and state senator and let them know that this is an issue. The Unitil in the infrastructure are stunting development. That's a problem our board can't solve.
I know, and I just spoke with Jeff today over the phone regarding that and asked him who I can
Talk to State Rep Kushmarek and Senator Cronin, and at least they're their PR people, the people that answer the phone. Explain to them your situation. You're building however many units, 30 or 40 units that you got going right now, right?
Yep.
So I mean, that's pretty substantial, and sometimes things can get pushed very easily if it's the right motivation. So,
all right,
something to think about.
Yeah, definitely.
We appreciate your time this evening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if it's something you need further for the polls themselves, meaning if you can't move forward and you need to figure out something, I will need to come with a plan.
Yes.
So what Paula was saying was the step is you come here, we talk about it, and then we have to determine if it's a major or minor modification so that we can put it on an agenda to give people a chance, the neighbors a chance to come and say they have a problem with it or they don't. So it's unfortunate, but you got to plan ahead, because even if you go another, next month you decide it'll take next month and then another
Believe
month.
me, I know.
Okay, so I'm just trying to prepare you. So if it's something, if you can think of alternatives between now and when we talk again, great. If you can't and you need us,
I might just execute the original plan,
I think
and
that's
hope
where
for
you're
the
gonna
best.
I mean, I can't speak. You heard from 3 board members that were adamant. The rest of the board members can speak if they want, but I can't imagine a new development with above-ground poles.
That's what I thought would be the answer.
Yeah.
He doesn't have
And
to try.
regarding the wall, the retaining wall,
I would say as long as our engineers are involved, as long as you keep Jeff and Nick, and Jeff particularly because he does the day-to-day, keep him involved. Just do what you got to do and keep the city engineers involved. And if however they have to design it to make it safe, and our city's fine with that, then doesn't matter to us.
all right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
I don't know if you want to do Temple. I think there's people here for Temple, but there's no one here for Rev Clinics. I don't think. Oh, there is. I didn't expect someone in person. That's why I said no one was here. Sorry. So Rev Clinics is here,
Revolutionary Clinics, implementation schedule for odor remediation. I saw a response, but I still didn't see any dates. I'm looking for commitment.
Oh, that's fine. So as you may know, that in the modification of the special.
Can you start off who you are?
Oh, yes. Yes.
I'm Tim St. Germain with Fuss and O'Neill.
Okay.
We've been providing engineering associated with Rev Clinics, mostly the mechanical, electrical, which odor comes within our disciplines.
Okay.
The GPR was doing the civil site work, so you probably remember them in front of you for any of the special permit site plan approvals. So when this is all associated with the modification to the site plan approval and special permit as it related to a request for an exterior extraction lab, a trailer equipment.
Yes.
So one of the conditions was last June that within 90 days we did an odor assessment, submitted a formal response and a plan. At that time, Revolutionary was under the impression that they needed approval to do anything because it's all, the plan had exterior equipment. So they were told by I wasn't involved in the meeting. We were told by GPR that we needed approval before proceeding. So they've been kind of waiting to see what their approval was necessary because they didn't want to mount outside equipment without board approval.
For the mitigation or for the? For
the odor mitigation, which was a condition to submit a formal response and plan. We don't have approval to do any of the work.
We were also looking for, they submitted a plan with no dates. It was just the requirements was just to submit the plan and on our part, didn't put an implementation date. So now we're looking for the implementation date to actually do the work.
Right. Without knowing that we didn't have approval.
Okay.
Revolutionary has moved forward with interior renovations. That has included, most of the odor comes from grow rooms. They have gone through and with a big exercise of sealing all the grow rooms to contain the odor, because what happens is that odor moves into common space. So they've
a lot of broken windows.
Well, they've gone through and sealed all of those spaces. They've changed the pressure settings in the building to try to keep the odors within. It's mainly from the flour that you get the odor, to keep within the rooms. In addition to that, and I have some photos here, they have installed in their high production areas HEPA filtration for odor control. All of this is done in the building because they didn't think they could do anything outside at the moment. They've installed pure air systems inside on their ductwork, and they've installed UV treatment to control odors, using UV to kill the odors. In addition, they are planning to install in every space in their grow rooms these carbon filtration units. So we submitted a plan that said this is what we're going to do. We didn't hear back, so we went forward, Revolutionary went forward and did all this interior work. And what I'm suggesting is the piece that's still left is these carbon filters to go in. They've all been acquired. So what I would suggest is we want to send you an updated letter documenting all the work that has been done over the last year, with the intention that we believe this work will satisfy the odor. And then if it doesn't, we still have the plan to mount exterior equipment. So what we want to do is send you this, document over the last year all the upgrades they have made, and including this carbon filtration that they're doing inside. And like I said,
So we've got recent complaints, so.
Okay.
It's gotten worse. So I didn't notice. Matter of fact, we've had a lot of public hearings. I mean, we've been dealing with this project forever, and it's never, I never noticed it. The last 6 months, I noticed it every day.
See, now, so I always noticed it because I would go drop my son off, and I'd go down, and it was, but he hasn't gone to school for a few weeks, but I haven't noticed it probably in the past month, so.
Well, I stopped 2 weeks ago because I took Gabe to Rheingold every day. So maybe it's the same time period. But it was always like the Ward 2 councilor would always call me or email me or whatever and say, I could smell it today, or I couldn't, and he would file complaints or file notices with the Board of Health to keep them updated on when he smelled it. And I kept telling him, I always drive past there and I don't. But this year, since the beginning of the year, consistently. Like, I drive past there twice a day. My son goes to school near there. So I drive past it at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, drive past it, and like 8:30, drive past the other way. And I don't even have to open my windows anymore, and I can smell it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It was pretty consistent at one eye.
We've had discussions with the Revolutionaries, had discussions with the Board of Health, and they have complaints. They've never filed a report.
Well, so we've talked. So from what and
they've attended the site.
Our prior principal planner had apparently emailed your old CEO. Apparently there's someone new there now or something, and wasn't getting responses. So I was just reading emails from September when you sent it. Yep. And there were a few emails back and forth that we sent, and his response was, I sent them an email and asked them what's going on and didn't get a response. So I don't know. There was some miscommunication. It's fine. We'll solve it now. Apparently there was some miscommunication issues. But what I wanted to get across was it's significant now. And you're going to have – I want this to be solved before 32 Oak Hill Lane gets built, because then we're going to have an issue of where it's coming from. Because I don't know if you know, there's a facility we just approved across the street
And
from
then also Blue Collar Botany down the road as well. So we don't want to, get into the odor wars.
Right.
Yeah. And you do have a lot of broken windows. I don't know. We were counting some of them the other day when we were in your parking lot. You can see quite a few just from the street.
So on the exterior, you're saying, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a million windows in that building. They're all this big. So
I'm not sure some of those windows are active.
Yes. So
I know you have walls built inside.
Yeah. So we have walls on the back end of that of those windows. We've actually been waiting because we've had the Historical Foundation come out, and they said that we have to do a like replacement for all the outside exterior of the facility. We were even trying to come up with plans so we can do a fix. Like, I know certain portions of the outside of the facility with the windows have mesh wiring, like they call it chicken wire, but it's specific to window covers. I was like, we can do that for the entire facility on the exterior. We just didn't want to do that until contacting you guys, because that's more of a image towards the town, and everyone
Well,
can see it.
That's the temporary fix. That was like interim, right? It was on the ground floor to just kind of make it look better at that point because of the interior work that you couldn't, and the
Well, you're talking about the wood walls that we
the
had
wood
burnt-
wall, well, that's what
we
we're
had burnt
talking
through
about,
back
the
in
chicken
day.
wire aspect,
Black-
but I think
the
that he's
black
talking about the
board.
full, am I wrong?
So no,
confused.
the ones I'm referring to, they're originally that the wiring was for the windows you actually could prop open from the inside of the facility when it was a shoe factory. So those are still consistent through just how old the building is. We haven't modified those. The only windows we've since modified were the first floor, where we did put that wood backing on, where we take out the actual glass panel and then put the wood there, and then painted it black to kind of make it blend in. We haven't done anything towards windows since that, and like I said, moving forward, we wanted to fix the window problem, but we didn't want to do anything that, fixes the problem, but then is not approved, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was kind of if we
You'd
have
have to
suggestions.
Come back with some suggestions, right? I would say.
Yes, which I'm more than happy to come back with suggestions. I just didn't know if I had to reach you guys first or the Historical Foundation, so we were...
So do you have a requirement to honor the historical societies? Did you take historic tax credits for the building, or why do you have a requirement to?
It's actually a registered building.
Oh, okay, all right. So my suggestion was start with them, because they must have specific guidelines, and then show us what they look like, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, perfect.
So
Yeah, I just...
that's the right avenue. Go to them first, see what they require. If they give you a range of options, decide what you guys think will work best for you, and then just show us what they look like.
Okay, we'll definitely go that direction. We just didn't want to invest money in
All
it.
we're going to care about is if they look good. That's all we're going to care about. Bert, I don't know if you were around when Bert was there, but I don't know, you guys remember the first CEO? So Bert, we dealt with him probably for a good year, every single meeting about those windows on the first floor. And that was the best we could come up with. And I'm still not happy about it, but it'd be nice if you guys can
Take a look at the condition,
make
because it
everything
starts
look
to
good.
wear.
Yeah, if we could replicate what we did on the first floor, I'd be happy, but...
Well,
Yeah,
I don't think we weren't
no one was
crazy about
crazy
it.
about that, because it's not going to last, because
Right.
they're wood
They're already starting to fade.
made things. But I'm talking about the Oak Hill Road side.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back and readdress that issue after we consider the odor remediation stuff.
That's a secondary issue. The most important thing is this odor mitigation plan. However you can.
So you're waiting for, you said there's necessary improvements on the exterior, mounting on the ground for units or on the roof for units? On the roof.
You don't need us.
You don't need us for that.
Okay.
Definitely not. We can't. Will we see them?
Oh, if you're coming down Oak Hill, you're going to see.
You're going to see them, yeah.
Units.
How tall are they? Isn't that
No,
like
you
an antenna?
can see the entire roof because of the slope of Oak Hill.
Yeah. I drive down that street every day. I don't know that I've ever looked at the roof of that
Me
building. It's
neither. I was thinking
it's 100
the
feet
same
high. I mean, anyway.
So you're going to see there's 5 units that will be mounted on the roof.
There's already equipment on the roof.
Right.
Yeah, we won't
There's be
even-
additional equipment and probably potentially a little bit taller than what you currently
How
see.
tall are they? Ballpark.
I'd have to go through it.
Just ballpark.
I think we'll probably be 8 feet above the roof.
I don't think that it matters. Do you think there's any reason for them to come back?
As long as it doesn't trigger anything height-wise.
Height-wise, I don't think it triggers anything out there, but.
I mean, because I don't even know if you went for a building permit to do that, if they'd even ask you to come back to us. I suppose that's the question. If you go to the building department,
we do need to go to the building
if you
department.
go to the building department to pull permits and they say you have to go to the planning board, then we'll deal with it at that point. It's going to be the same time frame anyway, because we can't do it now anyway. So I would say go to them sooner rather than later. Pull what you need to pull, and then either just do it, or if they tell you they have to come to it, I can't think of a reason why.
Yeah. So we do know the next step is we're going to have to go to the building department, and because we will need to have electricity run to the roof for these particular units. So we will need to pull permits for those installations. In addition, so we'll go through the building permit process. We will let you know, can I respond in a week to when the schedule is? Because
To Chantel, yeah?
yeah, 'cause
Yes.
we just need to figure out how quickly we can get the building permit, and I need to look at the equipment availability, because my thought right now is some of this equipment is 3 to 6 months out.
As long as you guys understand that, like, we had a miscommunication, but as long as you're moving as fast as you can move, that's all I care about.
Yeah, we just want to schedule and keep us updated.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll do that. Like I said, within the next week.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, you don't even have to come back in July if you have nothing new to report. Just keep planning updated on the process you're going through and when you expect everything to be done. You know, once you have a construction time frame, that'll be helpful. If you're ever, and this goes for everyone, because I've noticed this without doubt, if you're ever in the area and it's very like misty and foggy, that is when you really smell it, like strong. So, like, if the air's heavy, you can smell it, clearly on Oak Hill Road. So, if everyone's ever trying to find out, those are the days when you really notice it. So, it's nice to see that you've taken steps. I'm glad that you at least told us the steps you did start.
And we will follow up with, so that you can see the steps we've taken, because they took it upon themselves. There's been some in the industry. There's been obviously a couple of things that have occurred at other facilities. People being overcome by odors and particulate, and they took a proactive step saying we're going to eliminate some of those threats. So they did all this interior work, but we'll also submit something so that you can at least have on record the progress they've been making, and then I'll get back to you on the schedule for additional work.
I'm confident you guys can mitigate it, because I do think that you went a good 8 or so years or 5 years with at least from my perspective, not any major problems. I don't know what happened in the last year, but I've definitely noticed the change. So hopefully it's something easy and you guys fix it and no problem.
Okay.
But we're starting to get, we start to need to pay more attention. Paul and I have been talking about this a lot lately about, we have a lot of facilities open. We have a lot more planned. And we need to start making sure that we're keeping up with everyone on, following this so things don't deteriorate and you start having major issues.
We don't want to be impacting the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
We have 0 Temple Street parking plan, and I'll just mention this too. This is under other business. This is not an official submittal. This is to get feedback from the board on your plan.
Yes, I understand that. Did I send? I don't know if I sent. Oh, I did send them. Okay, great, fantastic.
Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here for you. Hold on. The zoom button gets stuck behind all the Zoom controls, so the video controls. But anyway, hopefully that's all. Hopefully that's good. And let me know if you want. I have the topo too. If you want the topo.
Yeah, we can probably look at that afterwards. Firstly, as we know, this is a very tough site. I mean, it.
Can you just state your name for the record?
I'm sorry?
State your name for the record.
Oh, my name's Michael Marino. I'm with Cabco Consult, the land surveyor involved in this. So the site basically goes uphill about 16 feet. And basically, what we're trying to do here is that number 16 Temple Street is a multifamily dwelling. It was a multifamily dwelling. It was a 4-family. Because it's been abandoned for so long, they took away the multifamily status. So in order to regain that multifamily status, we basically need to have off-street parking as required. So our goal here is to have 5 spaces, which coincides with how many families my clients want to build inside of here. And what's driving this whole parking lot is pretty much where I have to put the entrance. The entrance has to be 50 feet from the intersection of the existing pavement, according to the DPW, and because of that, the entrance is way up on Sprague Street. And because of the elevation, we're basically proposing to have this site relatively flat up there, and that's going to cause about a 13 or 14-foot retaining wall to be built along Temple Street, and it's going to taper up Sprague Street and taper up the the other side, toward the residential abutter there. This has been back and forth with the board, with different departments for about a year now. I know I met with Paul and Paula last year with a different client. I had a totally different design. Currently, right now, we feel we've met a lot of the concerns that have been addressed. Obviously, I know there's going to be more, so we're just kind of trying to seek your advice here and see what we can do to get this submittal complete.
So can I ask you, and this is more, actually Paula probably knows the answer, just from a procedural standpoint, obviously we're just doing the site plan. We're not doing the use, we're not doing Temple Street. So if we approve the site plan for the parking, you still have to go to the ZBA to reinstitute all those units on Temple Street, don't you? So what I'm saying is the number of spaces that get approved here is going to ultimately determine how many units you can use on Temple Street.
Yes.
So you can't just assume that even if we approve this plan the way it is, it doesn't mean necessarily that it'll be a 4-family on Temple Street.
Right.
If the ZBA doesn't determine that's enough spaces. So I'm just, am I right in that?
You are correct.
Okay, I just want everyone to know that.
We would not be addressing how many units, that is for the ZBA to determine. We are solely looking at the site plan, just how much parking can fit on the site.
Mm-hmm. So I guess
And then you have to go back into the ZBA and think, and because it's RB, it's really zoned up to 2-family. You're looking for multi, so you're going to have to, maybe it ends up being, 2 2-bedroom units.
Okay, that's news to me. I didn't know it was zoned for only 2-family in that area.
Well, no, 2-family is allowed by right.
Yes.
You have to.
RB.
Right. You have to get permission to reinstitute anything more than a 2-family. This has always been the case. This hasn't changed. What I was trying to say was, I just want everyone to be on the same page that from the get-go, we've only been dealing with, can parking happen on this site? We're not, nor have we ever, because our board doesn't, we're not dealing with, is Temple Street a 2-family, a 3-family, or a 4-family? But you got to do one thing first. You have to have the parking first before you can see how many units Temple's going to be. So, and again, I'm telling you this because I had a feeling that someone didn't know that was the case. That's why I'm mentioning it.
It's never been mentioned.
Yeah, you can't get the site plan approval and go get a building permit for your multifamily. You have to get a special permit or approval through the ZBA. For reinstatement of the abandoned use. And then you determine how many units and bedrooms you can do.
So what you did was, right now, this is the letter from the building inspector. His letter of determination is, can you do parking on this lot? That's why it only says site plan approval by the planning board. His letter of determination was, can I do multifamily parking on this lot? This is what you need to do multifamily parking on the lot.
But that's incorrect. It's multifamily is not permitted by right in the district. It is not.
It's irrelevant. What I'm saying is this is specifically for that lot, not the multifamily.
Yeah.
It's saying, can you park on this lot? And he's saying, if you want to find out if you can park on this lot, you have to go to the planning board. So, because we do parking lots and
this was previously in front of the ZBA. So if you have a determination or at some point, this Temple Street.
I'm sorry, you said this was in front of them?
It was in front of the ZBA.
That must have been a long time ago.
When was this?
A year or two ago.
That was probably with my previous client then. He didn't tell me he went there. He didn't tell me any of this.
I don't know. I don't know this. I'll take.
What was the determination then?
But you might want to look at that because a denial there might mean you might not be able to apply for a certain period of time too.
I might have it. Let me see.
Or condition upon it needing a site plan.
I mean, I could probably Google it too, but.
So he went to the zoning board to reinstate the multifamily status of this unit, number 16.
I believe so, and that's why it's here for site plan. They can't approve it without a site plan because they don't know how much parking you can get. They can't approve it without parking. So how much parking can you approve? Can you get approved? So that it can help determine how many units potentially you can do there. Oh, thank you. All right, I think I can read that.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Is that okay if...
I just need to mention something really quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the first owner, the owner that we bought the property from, originally when he came in, he had already gone to the department he was trying to reinstate the property as it was previously, which was a 2-2-2-1, which required 6 spots because it was 5.5, and that's why his first plan had 6 spots on the plan. So what we're trying to do is basically we brought that number down because the prior plan, the space was not sufficient enough to hold 6 spots. So what we were trying to do is do a 2-2-1-1, which now requires 4.5, and that's why we're bringing the 5 spots. So when he brought to the attention to us, he had already gone through the process, and what they told him is that he needed a plan that could hold 6 spots in order to reinstate that multifamily as a 2-2-2-1. So he already went through that process. So basically, our goal is to just get this site plan approved, and then moving forward, he already got the determination that he would be able to do a 2-2-2-1 with a 6-spot plan. So basically, with us bringing this down, that step was something he already got a okay for if it was able to happen. So this is kind of where we're at now, where previously this space couldn't fit 6 spots, so we're trying to do 1 spot less in hopes that they would be able to, with getting this approved, we would be able to go back to that step that he had already got a yes if the plan was approved. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, no, I understand.
Yep.
So just so you know, it was denied by the ZBA March 3rd, 2022. But it looks like when it was denied, and I haven't read the whole thing yet, there's a lot here, it's 4 pages. It looks like this lot wasn't part of it. So maybe, I don't want to speak for the ZBA, but maybe that means that they'll hear it again. I don't know.
Can I chime in too? Yeah, so when the previous owner had the lot, he didn't own the lot, and I think that was a part of the issue when he was applying for the plans.
So the whole point to this thing was, I wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page, that we're only dealing with parking. We are, by doing this parking, we are not saying you can have a 4-family there. That's not what this board is doing.
Correct.
We're saying if it meets our code requirements, we're saying that you can park cars there. That's it.
Okay.
It's up to the ZBA to determine what you can then do with the building itself in the units.
So I think, to correct me if I'm wrong, we need parking first, though, to even go to them.
Yes.
Okay,
So
I believe
correct.
that's
So
why we're here,
we would
because-
you would come to us for the parking plan
take
to
that.
see how many parking spaces you can get.
Okay.
And then you go to them and say, I can do X parking spaces. This is the
And they also
configuration
have
you're
to
liking to
determine if
do.
it's okay for you to park up the hill and across the street. I can't speak for them on that. So that's something that the ZBA
I believe that's why we're here. We just want to know if this lot is,
So
if we can
I'm-
actually park on this lot.
I don't think I think you can only fit 4 spaces there, not 5, because you are trying to reduce the width of the parking stalls, and we don't reduce width of parking stalls.
I know, I understand that. That's one of the things that I was going to try to see if I could get some kind of waiver on, because I know there's other towns, I know Fitchburg doesn't, I'm not saying they do. There's other towns that have compact spots, and I know they're 8x16 as opposed to 9x18. So in this case,
We came down a half a foot. We were 18 and a half.
What number's the house?
16.
Number 16.
16 Temple. Then there's also the buffer requirement, too, along the right.
That's something we were going to ask for a waiver on too. If it can't be done, then I understand it's going to eliminate one of these parking spaces. It's going to be the one that's,
We're probably going to eliminate one anyway because you can't fit it if we don't waive the dimension, the parking space. You're only looking at 4, then you can fit some buffer.
yes, I understand that both waivers have to be waived, have to be approved
Okay.
for that to work.
I don't know about all the other boards' feelings, but I wouldn't be waiving the parking dimensions as part of the feedback.
Okay.
I don't know if any other board member wants to chime in. You can't dictate, say that someone's going to have X, a unit's going to have a compact car. They all have to meet the same.
Well, I wasn't going to designate it as a compact car. I was using an example.
Yes, I'm just, but that
yes,
there
I
is about
understand that.
saying like, I have a small space because it's for a compact car or motorcycle or scenario, but
Well,
it can't be policed.
I brought this up the last time we heard it, just because it's a public hearing, and for the purpose of it being a public hearing, when it was recently listed for sale, it was noted that in order for it to legally be used as a four-family, they would need to reinstitute parking. So at least people knew when they were buying it. I was informed by someone, and I didn't know if it was you or if it was it Toder, the prior owner?
Yes.
Someone at some point had told me that someone was misinformed by agents. All of the prior listings said, as a matter of fact, when he bought it, it said it could only be used as a two-family. This one, for whatever reason, the agent put a four-family, but he put it, they would need parking to be reinstituted. Because I think what's most important here is, man, it's a tough site. I mean, I guess I'm okay with you parking there. I'm okay with using it as a parking spot, but within the confines of what our bylaw allows for parking spaces, I guess. I mean, what's the purpose of allowing smaller spaces other than trying to jam parking in there? I don't know.
And then whether or not where you mark for snow storage, whether or not, is that adequate for backing out of the parking spaces? Was a question.
I'm sorry, the question was, can they back
Where you
up?
have the snow store, how are you backing out, because you can't back out into the public way, how are you turning around to back out? How are you exiting without backing into the public way?
Well, they're gonna, if they don't come in and back into the spot initially, which is the smart thing to do, if they don't, then they're gonna have to do either a 3-point, 5-point turn, something, just because of the difficulties of the site. Within the site, they're not gonna back out into the street.
Right, I'm just saying you
with
can't
those
back out
spaces,
to
you
the
can
street.
make those turns,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I agree with you
They'll
that-
be in one space less, so.
We test this stuff out. We have
That
different
configuration.
scenarios and templates we use to do this. We don't just draw lines on a piece of paper.
Okay.
I mean, it's,
Got the corner clearance.
So how, you might have already mentioned, I think you did, Mike, how tall is the retaining wall at its highest height?
approximately 13 to 14 feet.
And have you spoken with the neighbor regarding the buffer, Brigante?
No, we haven't.
How high is
That wall.
their retaining wall along there? I noticed you have a stepped retaining wall along their property. Is it, obviously, it's next to nothing at the top, and then
Yep.
it gets, is that one tall when you get down to Temple too?
I mean, at the corner down at Temple, yeah, it's going to be about probably 13, 14 feet high, but it's going to taper up,
Yeah.
up the existing grade as it goes to the top.
So it doesn't, it's hard to tell because,
Is it going to be like a foot or two concrete that they'll, or something, or a wall that they'll, to the property, or?
Well, that's one of the questions that I asked this several times and I never got an answer on it. I'm anticipating I'm putting this wall right on the property line. And I've never got an answer if that's okay, not okay, and I mean, I don't know. And the problem is the
Typically
walls.
not. I mean, a fence, you typically have to be back, not right on the line.
A fence, yes,
But I
I
don't know about a wall in surveying, how
I don't have any.
find.
In surveying, I don't have any requirements. It's whatever the town decides. I mean, if they.
have you asked engineering directly? I would think they would know an answer off the top of their head. I don't know, I have the code in front of me, so I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I asked it like last year or something. It wasn't something recent, but.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably follow up with that because, or at the least ask Commissioner Barbadaro. They can probably give you an answer pretty quickly whether that's allowed or not. Especially if you need that answer. If it has to be on the property line for this to work, then you probably want to find that out before you pull a building permit. And they're like, oh, you can't put it on the property line. So
They did send some recent comments, which Chantel sent me.
Yep, I got
think
those.
a couple weeks ago. They did comment on the wall being close to the property line, saying that you're going to disturb city property and you may disturb the Cape Cod berm going down Sprague Street. and
Nick, I
Temple
don't know if
Street.
you have any input. I know Jeff had to apologize. His phone battery died. He had texted me. So if you, I don't want to put you on the spot, Nick. If you don't, it's no big deal. But I don't know if you know if you know the answer to that. If you could put a retaining wall right on the property line.
I honestly, I don't know. I'd have to talk with Mark. Excuse me. I think the wall can be right on the property line, but then the issue just becomes maintaining it because you're working within the city right of way in order to do so, and then there's going to be impacts to the city right of way that need to be restored. So I mean, I would personally advise against it. I know our kind of advice to people that are looking to put fences near their property lines is to offset it at least 1 foot so that you can get on the other side of it to maintain it, paint it, et cetera. And I would, comfortably I would provide the same advice for a retaining wall, except that 1 foot is probably closer to like a 5 or a 10 foot buffer so that you can get in there with a piece of equipment if you need to maintain it, et cetera. But that being said, we've got examples throughout the city where retaining walls are right on the property line, holding back either private property or city property. So honestly, it might be something that Commissioner Barbadoro even refers to the law department.
Okay. It looks like on your plan here, though, you have it off the property line? At least on this, it looks like it's off, no?
That's just drafting error.
Okay.
Per se.
Okay.
The problem is we don't have any engineered drawings for this thing.
Sure.
That was my other
So
question.
you're doing your best bet to get as close as you can. Yeah. At some point, if this is to answer your question, that wall has to be engineered.
Oh, the intention that I had was this was a concept plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That I wanted to get approved at some point, and then obviously when they go to apply for a building department, a wall that size, the building department's going to say you need engineering plans.
Mm-hmm.
That's obvious. And the question is, do I need those engineering plans for an approval from you guys down the line, or was that?
Nick, question. When would you like to see the engineering plans? Is before, during the actual approval process, or as a condition of the approval process that they move forward, that they did have the
I would prefer
wall
to
engineered?
see those. I would prefer to see those plans included as part of the approval process. I think we open the door for getting ourselves into trouble when we require a stamped set of plans after the approval process, because there's not a good mechanism for us to follow up and make sure that that step is completed. Sometimes things get lost in translation. The intention is to have an updated plan after a permit approval is issued, but sometimes it doesn't get followed through with and causes additional issues during the building permit phase. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay.
I thought for sure by now this building would just be converted into a two-family and be done with it. Like, I appreciate the fact that you want to make it a four-family, but I just assume that by now people would have said, oh, it's a two-family, and is what it is, and be done with it. I don't know. So,
is there any sort of contingency per se where you could say you could approve the plan based on an approval of the building department for engineering plans and for obviously appearance of the wall? I know that's important. They specifically said they didn't want the wall to look like, I think it was 525 Main Street or where the other side was.
Oh, Water Street, yeah.
A time ago, which I know.
The large precast blocks, yeah.
No, that's part of the site plan approval is the aesthetic of the wall and the materials the wall is going to be used for the wall, and also looking at making sure that it is properly drained, engineered for the drainage.
It is not lost on me how difficult it is to go through these steps for you guys, because I understand you got to put more money in not knowing if it's. That's why I said, and I this has been in front of us several times. My thought was, it was either A, too costly to do this parking lot across the street, or B, yeah, you go through the permit process with us, and then who's to say what the ZBA is going to do? And so, and then on top of things, like I said, you're gonna spend X amount of money on engineered stamp plans too. So, I know you're in a tough spot, but at the same time, this is a very risky site for a parking lot that we would put the city in a bad position if we didn't see everything at the time we're doing the approval, especially when you're talking a 13-foot retaining wall. I mean, it's yes, it can be designed right, but maybe it doesn't look good because it has to be a certain type of material or whatever the case would be. It's all stuff that I think we need to see when we're doing the approvals.
The site plan is triggered between the 3-family and above. So if it's a 2-family, it doesn't trigger site plan.
Yeah, I did have thoughts of taking this entrance and moving it maybe 20 feet down toward Temple Street. That way you can average out the height between the front of the lot and the back of the lot, and then you can maybe have, like a 6-foot retaining wall in the front and then possibly 6 or 7 foot in the back, and then it won't be so high. But I mean,
That's up to DP.
Exactly.
They can, it's up to them for the relief of the 50 feet from the intersection.
And then we also know that road, I mean, it shoots up.
So Mike,
During
part of the
winter-
reason why I think I agree with Nick that it's so important to see the stamp plans is those retaining walls might need to be in a certain position where they might make that entrance have to move a little bit, or they might make your parking spots have to move a little bit, or whatever the case would be. So if we approve this based upon something that we don't know, I don't think we'd be doing our job. I don't know. I mean, there's too many moving parts there with, what this lot is going to look like, especially with a large-scale retaining wall. And all we're doing is we're creating a neighborhood parking lot, that ideally that building's going to walk to, but we're creating a parking lot. So we need to make sure it's designed right. So I don't know. I mean, I think that it's a tough spot to be in, but that's, like I said, that's why I always assumed it was just going to be a single family or two family.
So what happens if it is a 2-family per se? We still need parking, right?
2-family with 3 bedrooms would be 4 spaces. But it's not.
Families allowed by right.
Exactly, it's not subject to site plan review, so I don't know what they do about the parking.
We don't want to give zoning advice because we're not the zoning enforcement officer. But if you're curious about that, go see the building department and ask them. It is my belief, and I'm not saying this for the city, I'm saying this as me, that I thought it was allowed by right and that you could just reinstitute the use and go from there. The building commissioner will give you the right answer.
Okay.
So I defer to him, but.
Yeah. Because it's abandoned, it's like reinstating any use to the property.
That's what I was under the impression. We need a parking regardless.
Problem is, too, the zoning board is probably going to want an entire site plan of that property, too. That's a whole other survey they're going to want.
Well,
I guarantee that.
I was going to say they'll probably need that either way. Maybe. Then again, you can look at the decision they already had. I don't know. See what they did for that one. I mean, there was a hearing, so you can probably watch it too. It was recent enough. It's probably recorded. So
if we did a 2-family hypothetically, you just said they needed 4 spaces.
Well, if the 3 bedrooms, it would be 2 per. If you did two bedrooms, it's 1.5 space, so it's 3 spaces.
1 space for a 1-bedroom, 1.5 spaces, 2-bedroom, 2 spaces for a 3.
Oh, wait a minute. When you get to 3, it's not multifamily, so 3 is.
I'm trying to pull up the ordinance as we talk.
It's 2 spaces
well, if
per. So it's 2 spaces per unit underneath the multifamily, so it is 4 spaces. Regardless of how many bedrooms you have.
3 bedrooms.
Regardless of how many bedrooms you have.
We'd still need this site plan, though, for.
This is a good question.
Or is it just the retaining wall that's going to need approvals?
2-family dwelling, two parking spaces for each dwelling unit. That's for 2-family. And then when you get over to 4-family, it's one for 1 bedroom, 1.5 for 2. Yeah, 2 for 3 bedroom.
Chantal, was that a special permit?
Let me grab this one.
I'm sorry, you said two spaces for.
According to our parking table, for 2-family dwellings, 2 parking spaces for each unit.
Yeah, it doesn't count bedrooms, just
2 spaces.
They take a straight figure for 2 families.
I think the same thing with the 3. Once you go to multi,
3 would be the same requirement as 4? 3 units
No,
and 4
no.
units? Oh, they're different?
No, hold on, I'll read you 3. I have it right here. 3 families, 2 parking spaces for each dwelling unit. And then anything 4 and over is 1 space for each 1-bedroom, 1.5 for each 2-bedroom, 2 spaces for each 3-bedroom or more.
Was the ZBA decision?
Trying to pull up.
Did they deny us?
What's worth it for you guys? I mean,
In which case, there's like, it might be the 2-year. Yeah.
Well, I mean, either way, there's no sense in us making any assumptions about this because the building, that's why we have a zoning enforcement officer. The building commissioner can figure out all these questions to you. So this is RB, right? Residence B? I think it is.
Yes.
So 2 families are allowed by right in Residence B, but in order to be allowed by right, they need lot minimums. So I don't know how that works with a pre-existing undersized lot. So you'd have to talk to the building department for that. But,
There's special provisions in the ordinance for single and 2-family, so that's where that has to go looked at.
Yeah, they're going to need a whole survey of that lot. I mean, I've done this.
I wouldn't, for the purpose of what we're doing, if you come back to us, that's not something we need because we're not dealing with the house.
No, I'm just talking about the zoning board.
Maybe,
You just said
yeah,
undersized
maybe.
lot and all that. I mean, I do this all day. It's crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
But
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, when buildings lose their protections in any town, I do real estate appraisal work, when they lose their grandfathered status, you can't get it back without special approvals, because there's a reason why they're not allowed in that zone. There's a reason why we require certain lot sizes for certain sizes of buildings to have on-site parking and, to make sure that things work from a planning perspective. So that's why we're doing the parking lot approval. But it's all things you have to weigh in, and you can talk to the building department about what if we do a 2, what if we do a 3, because we talked to at least the prior owner, maybe more than one, about, hey, you probably need to do less units because that's probably the only way that it's going to fly. So, I mean, especially if it comes to us and the board consensus is that you need 9 feet, the parking spaces need to meet our code, which they should, then you lose a space right there, and then you got to talk about, does that mean you have to lose a unit? Not a decision we make, the ZBA makes that decision, but you guys have to concede that might be a possibility. So I don't know. I'm just trying to, I know it's very difficult. I know it's very hard, and it's almost like hitting a moving target, but it's because there's a lot of moving pieces, especially when we're talking about off-site parking. We're talking about using a parking lot that's not attached to this property. So they're going to have to cross the street, which we haven't even talked about, which we're not going to talk about. The zoning board is, but those are all things that go into these things. So, I mean,
but just at least on the site plan perspective, you'd probably be looking at 4 spaces with this present configuration with some type of landscaping, engineered wall.
yeah, currently we have no landscaping. It's all pavement and wall.
Yeah.
But if we did have a 10-foot buffer, then I could probably leave, I don't know, 3 feet or something for
right.
bushes or plantings.
And then whether or not there's fencing along the neighbor's property, what do they want to see, prefer?
so, I mean, you have a lot of stuff you have to weigh, and a lot of things you have to try and decide,
It's not
what
that it
makes
can't be
sense for you to
done,
do.
it's just the process.
No, it's obviously it's money up front. I mean,
Yeah.
that it's not going to cost $1,000 to design that wall.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and,
Right.
and I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, regardless of what happens to this board, you still have to go to another board, and you have to take that into account too. That's part of your math when you're doing this work. Is there's no guarantees. You have 2 sets of decisions you have to go through, and neither of them are slam dunks. So,
Oh, for sure. So are we being told we can't have the 5 spots, or is there a way we can apply for some type of variance, or?
So
just trying to figure out, what kind of where we're at just at this very moment, just so we know how to move forward.
hold on one second. I'll get
No,
back
the
to you.
special permit was denied by the ZBA.
I know. I said that.
I know, so there was a 2-year freeze.
Right, but that didn't include the lot for parking, as far as I could read. So what I was trying to say was, it's a substantive change. Maybe, not for us to decide. I was just saying.
saying that your other hurdle is because it was recently.
It was denied last year.
Yeah, so you get a 2-year.
Maybe.
wait, potentially, before you go back, unless you present plans that are substantially different, which in case the process is to come back to our board to determine whether or not they're substantially different. We have to make a determination that you can go back to the ZBA, that it's changed enough. Yes, so, because when the special permit was denied, it puts a 2-year moratorium on and doing, because it's called a repetitive petition. So you're trying to repeat or come back with a multifamily use for that property, then you have to.
Was that lot involved with the previous?
I didn't. There's a lot there. I didn't read through all of it. I couldn't tell, but that's something we would have to determine after.
We'd have to determine whether or not there was maybe the lot wasn't part of it, and this was part of what your substantial change, difference is why it would be okay to repeat the petition.
Can I help set a timeline?
Like that.
So if you decide to go forward with this, it sounds like you would most likely need the stamp plans showing the wall as well as the materials, whatever you and the engineer determine are going to be the materials necessary for the wall, so that we can make a decision on whether to approve the parking lot. So then you'd apply, once you get that done, you apply to be on our agenda for approval of a parking lot, at that point, if that's approved, you would have to petition the planning board for a repetitive petition of the zoning board to see if we determine that there's been enough of a change from their decision to go back to the zoning board to talk to them about reapproving the use itself, which again, we don't do, or when we don't traditionally do. So I think those are the order of steps. I want to backtrack. Paula, he had asked when you were reading that, he was wondering if there's a mechanism, if there's a way for him to have those undersized parking spaces. And the short answer is there's a mechanism. The board theoretically can waive it. We can waive it, but you would have to have the majority of the board agree to waive that
Through a special permit, and
through,
I'll just
through
say,
this process of approving that parking lot.
myself, I'm not willing to do that. We've never really done a dimensional parking change. Number of spaces potentially, but not dimensions of parking spaces.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose if it's something that you are adamant, you would have to prove to the board that the undersized lot is completely fine and doesn't cause any problems, but the onus would be on you and to demonstrate that there's no issue with undersized parking spaces. I'm not saying that that's something the board would take into consideration, because I think that we have parking stall sizes for a reason, because they're made to fit specific cars. But I think that's the only way you could do that. I think that you'd have to determine, if you absolutely have to have the 5 spaces, then the onus would be on you to prove that.
I don't know how I'd prove that.
Well, I mean, if I were the engineer or if I were the applicant, I would show cars in spaces of that size and show doors open fully all the way and make sure that you can open doors on both sides and use the space with a truck versus a car versus a compact. I don't know. I'm not the applicant, but that's how I would show it. So, and
put some tape on the ground and
no, you take pictures of a stall space that wide, and I don't want to do your job for you. You just try to figure something out. I don't know. I think the point to this is it might be a long shot in general. I don't know, but I'm trying to give you options.
Listen, we can ask some of the board right now if you like. What would you be conducive to altering the dimensions of the parking spaces?
I mean, I'll start and I'll let someone else take over after me. Paula already gave her 2 cents. I mean, again, we have a minimum size for a reason. We have a required size for a reason. I would have to be strongly persuaded otherwise. And I know what our parking stalls look like because we approve them for everything. So they are made to fit a car and barely open a door and get out. So
let's ask her opinion. Would you be for or against changing dimensions?
I would be against changing the dimensions.
I agree. Peter?
Yeah, I would be against changing it also.
Okay. Alex? Elaine?
I would be against changing the dimension.
Sorry, I was having some technical issues here. I would be against making that change.
Okay. So there's some feedback for you.
Okay.
I would appreciate it for sure.
Do you have any other questions?
For that. So you'd have to come up with your design just to meet the dimensional requirements with that in your site plan. Looking at that. And then, again, go back to the building commissioner, talked about that. Even though the ZBA determination, this determination was not a denial, it was a denial of the overruled the building commissioner's determination. So it wasn't a denial of number of units, things of that nature. It was a determination of, I think, whether or not it was abandoned or not considered. So,
can I find that document online? Is that?
It should have been.
Go to the clerk.
It should have been recorded, but it should in our city clerk's office, and we can probably email you a copy of it.
Yeah, I can scan it and send it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
And
fantastic.
say, what does this mean to your application? It's like you need some more.
I'm sure Mercedes probably has an actual copy too.
Well, I mean, if you got to file it with
Or they can take a picture of it with their phone if they want.
It's an option.
That's true. That's true. Just take a picture of it.
Right now, if you want.
Yeah.
Anything would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't want to and it's like, there's a lot of talk here, we don't want to misguide you in any way. Again, our focus is just on how many cars you can fit on the parking. For parking, ours is not for how many units you can do that. That's another journey you need to take between the building commissioner and then potentially the ZBA on what steps you are for the number of units you're proposing there. That's just not our board.
And we'd be safe with 4, you're saying?
Well, it looks like if you minimize, take up a space.
Looks like you can meet the minimum
you can
parking
meet
stall sizes with 4
with
spaces.
4 on presently with that, unless you somehow.
Because all you got to do is get rid of
Right,
one, and then
go.
you can shift them all over.
Right.
But I'm glad you guys look like you're motivated to do something, and I'm happy to see that. I just wish it was easier, but it's just it's a tough situation when you have a building like this with no parking, and we gotta go one step at a time. And I think that's what it's going to take. It's just going to be a slow process to figure this all out.
From my point of view, looking at that triangular lot, 5 spaces is really maxing it out. And you may find that 4 spaces make the lot usable, whereas 5 spaces, it's not going to be usable for 5 spaces. You might find tenants that live there having extreme difficulty getting into their parking lot. They're just not going to use it. They'll park on the street. It's just that tough to get into. So 4 might be the magic number, and that might work.
I mean, that's just not showing us like the slope or how level that is, because it's like you don't want to be going down there and then being pitched down and then can't get back up in the wintertime.
I mean,
You mean on the parking lot?
Yeah.
It's all sloped a 1/4 inch per foot toward that catch basin, so it's relatively flat. It doesn't rise more than 6 inches. So it's pretty level.
Okay.
You have to
Problem is we have to meet.
We can't see that.
We're talking about the parking spaces. If we approve undersized spaces, and like Peter was saying, you have a tenant that can't fit in one of the spaces, what good is it that we approve 5 spaces? So that's part of the reason why we have these conversations, so.
No, I get that. It's just.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I don't want to speak for what the ZBA is going to do, but maybe you turn 2 of them into 1-bedroom units or something like that. I don't know. And again, I can't speak for them. I can't say that enough. I don't know what the ZBA is going to do, but.
And you would need to figure, and then go through building commissioner and ZBA for the process. But you can come up with your different scenarios, what if it's a 2-family and X units? What if it's a 3? And is the procedure still the same of the process?
All right, awesome. Appreciate all the feedback. Appreciate you guys taking us today.
No problem.
I like it to, something should be done with the property, so.
I've been at this for a year now. You know that.
I know you have, Mike. I know you have.
So we said, well, let's, at least bring it to the table to present, so we can at least get some communication going, so give you some direction as best we can.
No, for sure. We appreciate it because we don't want to cut corners. We want to do it the right way. But, we're just looking for a little kind of guidance, I guess, as to what we can not get away with, but what we can do with the property itself. So we make sure we're doing it the right way.
Yeah, I wish you the best. I really do. I hope it works out for you.
Yeah.
I know.
I
can't tell you enough. It's going to get worse before it gets better, but just be patient.
Next time, choose an easier property.
We're learning.
But it's fine.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
I'm sure you'll see us.
If you decide to petition the board for that parking lot, make sure you have everything in at least 2 weeks before a meeting. So my guess is, especially if you're going to do engineering work, it might be a little while, but.
I have a document online for deadlines. It's on the planning page if you need to refer to it, or you can contact our office and we can help you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
And then we did get some Japanos Drive, CHC, the intersection realignments and paving schedule.
Yeah, I can pull up Nick's email if you want.
Nick sent an email about that there's going to also need some further DPW coordination with that, and they're
So
busy at the moment with many other projects, so they'll come up with
So I can let me
a
read.
plan to coordinate in the fall.
Let me read his email. says the DPW is going to assist with some of the excavation and prep work to reduce the overall cost since the original money amount that was agreed upon won't go very far. The streets division crews are out straight right now, and we likely won't have any crews available to assist until sometime August or September. They're going to work with Davenport after that. That was from Nick, and I know, sure you're on, Nick, so if you want to say anything, you can. But my concern was, so
Yes, that it gets done and because of the limited funding and
yeah,
maybe they lose the
they're
funds.
finishing a new project now, and I have concerns that we're back where we were before, where they hopefully don't run out of money again. I just want to make sure that we just close this chapter off. It's been at least 10 years. Funny story, I ran to Pierre Primo a couple days ago. I don't know if you remember Pierre. Pierre was he was the property manager, maintenance manager, or whatever it was, for CHC when we did the approvals, and we were talking about Japanos, and I think he was surprised it wasn't done yet, too.
So more to come on that, but we appreciate the DPW also helping out with that project so it can be successful.
I just hope it gets done this year. That was the whole point to that.
That'll be good. And then we have...
on that, guys, I just need to get a firm date on the calendar with Davenport so we can plan around it. That's just what it comes down to. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you guys have been busy. I know.
Yep, I'll reach out to Rich Davenport, and we'll see if we can get something nailed down for August timeframe, and hopefully it doesn't carry over into November.
Great. Thanks a lot, Nick.
Appreciate your time.
Of course. Thank you.
Anything under communications? And
Mike Donnelly did provide this before he left. This is not something ahead of time, so here.
Sorry, I didn't know.
It was addressed to Paula and Paula.
Oh, what's this?
Just handed us that today. It looks like he's making a request for...
Oh, that's not us.
As zoning enforcement, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
I would think so.
So request following items be placed on the agenda for the next scheduled planning board meeting in July. 691 Mount William Road, violation of the Scenic Road Act, removal of public shade trees on city property. Well, once that occurs, it's not us.
I suppose the second one...
That would be...
I suppose the second one, we can at least let the Concom know if anything comes in front of us.
The second one is 112 Sheldon Road, violation of the Wetlands Protection Act, subsequent land sale, requesting matter coming before the planning board by the current owner, requiring your approval be continued without a finding until the Conservation Commission has signed off on the certificate of compliance.
Oh, no, 112 Sheldon, that must be the house with the field?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
The 12 A&R lots or whatever we did, 10 A&R lots?
Yeah.
Well, those are A&R lots, so they weren't subject to our approval.
Yeah. Well, no, I was just saying nothing's in front of us anyway. So, but if it is, we can certainly inform the Conservation Commission if something comes in front of us.
Yep. So that's fine. That's the communication.
Yeah. Perfect.
And then we have minutes for March 28th, 2023.
I put them on the...
Yeah. Oh, do you want me to pull them? Oh, do you want to go through them all?
I put them up on the... I have them here, too.
Oh, I know they're in there.
I thoroughly went through the minutes and read through most of the 60-something pages of the transcript.
Oh, this is good. This isn't the marked up version because the marked up version was messy.
I said, don't put,
So I don't think we need to go over it. So Chantel, I don't know.
I'll ask if whether or not any board members have any comments or corrections on it.
Okay. So Chantel, I don't know if you and Paul had a conversation about this, but what we had tried to do was try and make a template. We spent a lot of time on this, changing everything over and kind of creating a template of this is more or less what they should look like. But you can go, might be able to narrow some down a little bit, at least the summaries of properties and whatever. But I tried to have in, I know Paula did a good job adding some extra stuff too about what she wants to see on there, particularly the some of the important questions and answers that get in there. But I know it's a pain, but
we could work moving forward on the style and whatnot. Yeah. There was other suggestions, but it's kind of like what you feel comfortable with too about being able to quickly put them
Yeah,
together.
yeah, they can be time consuming. Hopefully we'll get an administration assistant someday. That would be super helpful.
Because I think last count, we're 7 minutes behind at this point.
So I corrected, like, there was, like, making sure the number, the votes were there and persons voting and went through some of the parts of the discussion. Where it was continued on. So with that being said, is there any motion on this
Make a
matter?
motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Motion's been made. Is there a
Second.
second? And there's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Great. We have a set.
Now let's start another one.
Only took 6
Done
hours
with
of editing.
that. I did want to bring up, I'm going to probably, I might, I'm going to be on vacation the last week of July, so I may be able to attend remotely, but I'm not sure on that. And then I noticed in August, it's like, it's not the last
No, there's
Tuesday in
5 weeks
August.
in
I
August,
know,
right?
exactly. So I might be away on that week too,
Okay. So
unless it's pushed to the
Paul and I had a
last week in
conversation.
August.
Paul and I had a
Tuesday,
conversation
it could be
about
an
did it make
option.
sense moving things back and forth, and I think because we don't really know, we'll just leave it the way it is, right? I mean, it's really up to you, Paul. I mean,
I won't be, so if you find, I might probably not be here for, potentially for July, but whether or not,
August,
since
we
August
push
has a
to what?
fifth Tuesday, do we want to push it to the last Tuesday, or do people find with that? Are other people going to be around on that week? We are going to have enough.
I have no problem with that. I don't even have to look at my calendar. The only question would be, I can't imagine there's something here the fifth Tuesday because that only happens like twice a year. So,
Could be an option.
are there any board members that can't do the fifth Tuesday in August?
Or the 4th.
Well, the 4th is already our meeting, so I'm going to
No,
assume.
but I
most
don't know.
people-
There's some people,
Right.
vacation, I don't know. Just why we're asking the question.
Sure.
Anybody, Lynn, are you okay with the present schedule?
Yeah, no, I was just pulling up my personal calendar and I don't have anything
Okay.
on the, well, I mean, on the 5th.
On the fifth one?
But yeah, the 5th one.
Can you make the 4th?
Yes.
Okay, so she can make either one.
Yeah, and I can too.
Lynn can do either one, Tracy can do either one,
I can do either one.
Alex can do either one.
So my suggestion is, if there's nothing in legislative building, the 5th, we just move it to the 5th. If you think you might have a problem and everyone else doesn't have a problem with the 5th Tuesday, let's just move it to the 5th Tuesday.
Okay.
Again, it's up to you, Paula, but that's my suggestion.
5th Tuesday.
July?
All right.
We're talking about August.
August, okay.
Is that what you want
I'll
to
get
do?
back to you on that.
Okay. So you want to,
We can keep it as it is, and then I'll get back to you whether or not.
oh,
I'll
yeah,
just
just
double-check.
tell Chantel if you want to move it. I think at this point, you got, I would suggest all the board members pencil it into your calendar both days, and we'll clarify next month.
Right.
Right? Sound good? So that's our regular meeting will be the 22nd, that's the 29th.
Mm-hmm.
I could almost have the summer off. Oh, no, I didn't say that.
In regards to Mike Donnelly's letter here, because I agree with Paul, the first point there is not, I don't think it's within the board's purview. I would just forward that letter to the building commissioner and say, particularly with item 1, if there's, this was brought up and the planning board doesn't feel it's within their purview, tell us otherwise if it is, but.
Yep. And I guess without anything further, we've been going through a couple of special permit conditions or site plan conditions regarding landscaping and things, so wrap some things up. I guess, and also trying to express how after you have an approved landscaping plan, how throwing stone down in whatever format by itself is called landscaping. It's kind of coming across that lately.
It was off of Lunenburg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah,
you're
where it
talking
says
about
mulch and
the
plantings,
little-
and then it turns out to be, trap rock.
Is that the storage?
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Yeah,
The
one
other
of the
one's
storage
on River
I
Street.
drive by that every day.
Now that we're all here, can I ask the board a question? Is anybody having trouble hearing things?
Yeah, today was rough.
Today was rough.
Yeah.
On
It
that,
was a little-
Paul, I
Yeah,
wasn't
it
being
was really
rude
rough
when you
today.
asked me a question during the meeting with the,
It was hard to hear.
I couldn't hear a word you were saying. And I didn't want to say to the whole group out here, "Gee, Paul, would you repeat that?" Type thing. And that meeting that we had about the solar panels,
Oh, that was the worst.
if I would have had the vote, I don't even know what they were saying. I couldn't understand what they were saying.
The solar panel one was particularly bad. It was, you know, I know that we can't institute a policy requiring applicants to be here, but I wish we could. Because applicants should not be virtual.
Then you know what I feel like I would do? I can't vote unless I didn't get enough information. I couldn't hear enough information.
I wouldn't fault you, especially tonight. Tonight was tough. It was so muted. It was so quiet. It was very tough. Yes. Yeah, you're not alone, Pete.
Okay. Nope.
So hopefully next time it's. I'll try and make a point to stop people and make people speak up a little bit more and everything else.
But I haven't noticed that really in previous meetings.
Well,
Yeah, you have.
I have trouble hearing, period. Okay, that's my wife says anyway.
Selective hearing.
Well, if there's no further business, we can make a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Chantel, I sent you all of my notes.